Findings of the chair. The gavel. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Hollister Planning Commission on March 5th. The meeting is now called to order and it is 6 p.m. Staff, please call roll.
Chair Carla Torres de Luna,
Here.
Vice Chair Peter Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Dean Perez,
Here.
Commissioner Julio Rodriguez,
Present.
Commissioner Stephen Malone.
Present.
And would anyone like to help us lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This is a public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission. Bigger cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to staff before speaking. When the commission secretary calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the commission. If you're joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes unless we see otherwise grab too many, with a maximum of 30 minutes. Please note that state law prohibits the commission from discussing or taking action on any item. Do we have public comment?
No public comments on this item.
Thank you. And next we have consent agenda. Do we have any questions from the commission on the items in consent agenda? Or are there any items that the commission would like to pull over for further discussion? Okay. Staff, do we have any public comments on items from the consent agenda?
No public comments on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I abstain.
Okay. And any no? Okay. The motion carries. That was 4 of us. And may we have item number 6.1, 2040 general plan and revised climate action plan. May we have the staff report?
Good evening, Planners and Madam Chair. I'm Ron Powell, the Community Development Director and Assistant City Manager. Tonight before you will approve to bring forward 6 separate items in total for your consideration and recommendation to the City Council regarding the general plan update, housing element, and other supportive documents. As you will hear, there is some overlap in regard to these documents, and staff has structured them on the agenda to make the best sense of that complication and involvement. Tonight's items will be presented by a very knowledgeable and familiar group of staff and consultants, each prepared to answer any questions you have throughout the process. And with that, we'll go ahead and introduce Mr. David Early to present the general plan, and Peter Kelly is also going to support.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is David Early, and I am a consultant principal with Placeworks. My team has been working on this general plan with your staff, your planning commissioners, your city council for actually about 6 years now. And we're very happy that we are here at what we believe to be the finish line. I'm ready for you to hopefully take action on this general plan as your first item tonight, and then the 5 subsequent and related items that you'll be looking at as well. It's been a pleasure working with Eva, with Rod, and with the other staff here. I have been on this project for the entire time. My associate Greg Goodfellow is here as well, and he'll be talking about the last of the 6 items, the objective design standards as well. And we're available through the course of the meeting to help with other items if appropriate. I have put together a slideshow for this first item about the general plan itself and the climate action plan, as well as the environmental review addendum that goes with those documents. And so I'll just dive in, and I will, of course, be available at the end of my presentation to answer any questions you may have before you open it up for public comment and your discussion. And I should probably say, and I think you probably all understand this, they are 6 separate items, so you will be hearing 6 separate presentations, followed by 6 separate comment periods, followed by 6 separate actions. It's not like 6 presentations and then just 1 comment period. So you'll go through them in sequence and take action on each one before you go to the next.
So we're taking action to the.
Excuse me?
Quick question, so are we taking action on them independently?
Yes, in order, right? So you will take action on the general plan before you then hear about the housing and so forth. If you have questions about how they fit together, I'm happy for both I and Eva and others will be happy to answer them when the time comes. All right, so let's have the next slide. Or am I? Oh, look, I'm in charge of my own destiny. Look at that. All right. So I'm going to talk about the draft general plan, the climate action plan, give you an overview of community input that did occur over the 6 years, and talk about your steps this evening and moving forward on this, both this project and the other 5 on your agenda. For the general plan itself, I think it's important to begin with just an overview of what is the general plan. Obviously, all of you as planning commissioners have been working with your existing general plan already. You're familiar with it, but I do want to state for you and for the audience that the general plan in California is considered the blueprint for growth and development and conservation for every community within the state. Every community, both cities and counties, are required by the state to have general plans. The courts have called the general plan the constitution for development and conservation within your jurisdiction. And just like our federal constitution, you don't have every rule in the general plan. You have the basic framework. And then you have subsidiary things like your climate action plan, your housing element, which is actually part of the general plan that has housing policies in it, your zoning code, which you'll be looking at tonight, the development standards, policies that staff keeps, those are all subservient to the general plan. So the general plan is the document that establishes your community vision and supporting goals, policies, and actions. It provides a consistent direction for future development. It's intended to balance growth, conservation, and quality of life. And it does also serve as a document about baseline environmental conditions so you can track change as it occurs over time. The general plan by law consists of a series of elements. An element is the word in the law. It's easy to think of them as chapters. That's element is kind of a fancy word for chapter. The reason they're called element is that you're not required to put all of these elements into individual chapters. You can combine elements into a single chapter. You can organize the general plan however you want. In your case, pretty much every required element is its own chapter. So there's almost a one-to-one correspondence between the general plan elements as required and the chapters in the general plan. And I should say at this juncture that your current general plan, which was last updated in 2005, is a very good and robust document. And what we're really doing here is amending it and changing it around the edges. We're not fundamentally rewriting it. So the overall structure of the general plan will remain the same from the one that was in effect that was adopted in 2005. So you have a series of required elements within the general plan. You see those on the left-hand slide here. Land use, in this case, it's called land use and community design, is required by the state. Circulation, housing, natural resources, and conservation. Open space and agriculture, those two, the state only requires conservation by name and open space by name, but in your general plan, they have two slightly longer names. And then there's a health and safety element. The state requires an element called safety, and the state also requires a noise element, and noise in this case is covered within your health and safety element. So that structure remains the same. Your existing general plan already includes a community services and facilities element, and state law allows you to add any elements that you like to that list of required elements from the state. So you also have an existing community services and facilities element that will remain in place. And this general plan update adds 3 additional elements: an arts element, an economic development element, and an environmental justice element. And those are all added new in this document. The general plan had a series of goals set for it when the update process began, and the city council articulated these goals. The first was to engage a broad spectrum of the community in thinking about planning for Hollister's future, to establish a community vision for Hollister in the year 2040, to maintain Hollister's small town and agricultural character, to manage growth consistent with overall community goals, to ensure high quality development, to support economic development, and to respond to state mandates and changes to the general plan guidelines that the state promulgates, all of which had occurred since the year 2005. So we are doing some things to just update to correspond to new changes in the law in the last 20 years, but we're also doing fulfilling all the other goals that you see there as well. One of the key concepts about the general plan is that it has to cover a specific area. And there are actually 4 different areas, one nested within the other, that are all important to know about in this context. The area that's most directly affected by the general plan is the area inside of the city limits. And I think that makes sense. That's where you have actual legal authority to regulate land use, is within your own city limits. But there's also an area called the sphere of influence. And some of you are probably familiar with that. The sphere of influence is an area that the Local Agency Formation Commission, which exists at the county level, has identified as an area that you may add to the city in the future. And so your general plan talks about both your existing sphere of influence and changes to the sphere of influence that the city would like to see and would approach the LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, about making those changes. So you have your city limit, you have a slightly larger area as the sphere of influence, which is the area expected to come into the city. Your general plan also has an urban service area, which identifies areas that under some circumstances, the city might serve with services, even if they're outside of that sphere of influence. And then finally, by state law, there is a larger area called the planning area. And that is the area which, even though it's not in your jurisdiction, not in your sphere of influence, but still an area that you believe has an impact on what happens in Hollister. And I think we can all imagine this, that if the county makes certain changes outside city limits, those can affect the city of Hollister. So your general plan actually sets a boundary for that planning area. And what that does is it gives you the authority to make comments to the state or the county about changes that they might propose. They're outside of your authority, but you can say in your general plan, we believe this to be in our planning area, we believe this to affect us, and therefore we're giving these comments on. And you can see on the map that largest area is the area of the planning. There have been a lot of opportunities for public involvement in this process. We were, of course, in COVID, but the COVID lockdown started, I believe, about a month before we started work on this project. It was quite unnerving at that time, but I think we still did a good job with public outreach. We had 9 separate workshops and events. Because of the lockdown, we did have 2 different sets of online activities. We had a general plan advisory committee, which met a total of 8 times. We've had 4 meetings already, including this one with your planning commission. And by the time we get done in April with the city council, they will have had 8 meetings as well. So there's been a lot of opportunities for public input on this process. We've also had a very robust website for the project. It's been up and running for this entire time period. It's called hollister2040.org. I'm sure all of you have been there already. You can see the general plan documents on the website, and you can also see the history of this process over these past several years, and you can understand all the input and process that has gone into the project. So this again gives an overview of this process and a list here on the left of all the things we've done. You see on the graphic how staff, the city staff, the GPAC, the community, the planning commission, the city council have all given input to create this draft general plan. And the general plan includes an establishment of baseline conditions, understanding what's on the ground today. It created a 2040 community-wide vision, which I'll show you in just a few minutes. We looked at a series of policy options that gave people ideas of alternatives as to what might be done in putting together this draft general plan. And then we prepared the draft general plan itself. We've now finalized that general plan in response to council direction. And I think you know that the current draft of the general plan is very similar to one that was done several years ago. At that time, there was a new council election. That council directed that we take a different approach. When that was done, just as we had finished that, a third council came in and they directed that we go back to a general plan very similar to our first draft. So this third draft that you're seeing tonight is very similar to the first draft that was shown some years ago. There have been further updates, primarily just to comply with changes of state law since the time that first general plan draft was done, but mostly at the council's direction, we've stuck to the very first draft that was put together some years ago. So this is a lot of words, and I apologize, but this is the entire vision statement of the general plan. And I won't try and read the whole thing, but as you're looking at it, I think you can see it as a vision for the entire community for a 15-year period. It's actually quite succinct. It fits on one page. And it does talk about Hollister being a place that welcomes all sorts of people to come and live, work, and recreate, and that people really choose to be here because of the high quality of the community, because of the surrounding agricultural lands, and because of the many amenities that are here in the city. It talks about innovation of businesses in the downtown, the industrial park, and at the airport. It talks about recreation at places like the Pinnacles National Park and the Hollister Hills recreational vehicle area. It talks about transportation. It talks about community life and flourishing, and particularly the historic buildings of the town. And it talks about how new growth will be accommodated, but accommodated responsibly. So these are the key issues that come up in this vision. And then in addition to that, the vision includes a series of 4 community values. And there's text about each of those. You can see here that they include equity, diversity, innovation, and sustainability as key values that the city of Hollister, through this general plan, really believes in and is seeking to realize. One of the key aspects of the general plan is what's called the land use map. People are sometimes more familiar with a zoning map. The zoning map and the land use map are similar to each other, but as I said before, the general plan is at a higher level. It's more conceptual, and so some of the regulations about development might occur in the zoning ordinance, but the zoning ordinance and the zoning map are going to be consistent with the land use map that you see here. So the land use map, you can see around the outside of the area, all that green, that's the planning area. Those are areas that are anticipated to be kept in agricultural uses. At the top of the map, you see the airport in blue and the airport industrial park around it in purple and gray. And then you see the core of the city a little farther down. You can sure can make out the downtown itself and the residential neighborhoods of the city. So those land uses are shown in great detail. There's a whole table of land use designations that show the types of development that can occur in every one of those designations. They're all there on the map before you start. And this is a summary of those land use designations. The residential designations are the top ones here that go all the way from residential estate with quite large lots, low density, medium density, and high density residential to accommodate apartments and townhouses, particularly in central areas of the city. And then there are several mixed use designations, a broad mixed use designation, one specifically for the downtown and one for the West Gateway. There's a North Gateway commercial that does allow residential but emphasizes commercial uses, and there's a home office designation. So these are the primary development designations within that entire general plan. It's a pretty simple list looking at the city as a whole. And that's it for the general plan. I see Commissioner Hernandez, if it's acceptable, I don't know through the chairs.
Yeah, I just wanted to get you in a little fast.
Commissioner Evans.
Oh, it is. DU to AC, the next slide.
Yeah, these are dwelling units per acre.
Say that again.
Dwelling units per acre.
How do
So-
they measure that?
You measure the land in acres and you count the residential units, the dwelling units, and that's the number. So if you're allowed 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, that means that if you have a 20-acre site, you can have 4 units because 20 divided by 5 is 4. If you have 12 to 35 dwelling units per acre, that means if you have 1 acre of land, you can build between 12 and 35 units on that 1 acre. If you have half an acre, you can build half as many.
But obviously, because the acre's not changing, they can always go high. Right?
Well, some of these densities are low enough that you can accomplish them with 1-story buildings. So you would expect in residential estate, low density, and probably even medium density, that in almost every one of those cases, they could be accomplished with 1-story buildings. It's true that when you get to the high density residential, and some of the residential and the mixed uses, that in order to do those, you have to build up high.
Yeah. By default, the increase in number requires you can only go high.
Well, and again, you don't have to go higher for the lower densities, but it is true that it's very difficult to do more than, I mean, many single family homes and many neighborhoods here are 2 stories tall. To go, you can build 2-story residential developments up to about 12 to 15 units per acre. So the higher numbers that go above 12 to 15 are going to go higher still.
So how does the state measure that? Whether that density is even possible? Whether it's the 12 to 35?
Well, the state doesn't need to measure it, but just sort of the way planning works is that you count all the units. If you have an apartment building, say with 4 floors, you still count all the units on all 4 floors, and then you look at the number of acres. So if you had a 4-story building with 4 units per story, that's 16 units. And if that was built on a 1-acre piece of land, that would be 16 units per acre.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, and I kind of assume that. My point is, it puts the burden on us, so you know, right? Any implications of that there by default.
Right, your staff would be reviewing every application to make sure that it fit within these ranges.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well.
Other questions?
Okay, so I'll go on and talk about the draft climate action plan, which is part of the same first action this evening. The climate action plan is a document that is not required by state law, but it is very close to required at this point. There are a number of very strong advantages to every jurisdiction for adopting a climate action plan. And through a series of legal opinions, it's really become the norm that you can't really adopt a general plan without having a companion climate action plan, because the state requires you to show how you're going to address the climate impacts of development of your general plan. And really the only easy way to do that is through a very extensive climate action plan. So while it's not strictly a required document, it is very closely aligned and almost required by state regulation and some court cases. The climate action plan is a strategic plan that's intended to reduce the community's greenhouse gas emissions and increase resilience, even as development occurs. And I'll talk about exactly what that means in a few minutes. But it is intended to support the general plan's goals and policies and to allow for development under the general plan, despite the concerns about greenhouse gases that we have here in California. And it includes both a calculation of existing greenhouse gas emissions. It includes projections of future greenhouse gas emissions. It sets reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions, set to the state standards. The state is trying to get down to a certain level. Every community has to do its part to get down to that same level. And then it has strategies to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and meet those targets that are set within the plan. So those are the key components of the climate action plan. I'm going to talk about each of those in a little more detail. There was you already have an adopted climate action plan. The council did adopt both, as you know, the general plan and the climate action plan in December of 2024 as one of its final actions. That council's final actions, the general plan was rescinded. The CAP was not the climate action plan. So you actually have an existing climate action plan that was not rescinded. However, because the climate action plan is tied to the city's growth projections, the new general plan requires amendments to the climate action plan as well. And it is a focused update then that replaces the growth projections to match this new general plan and that adjusts the strategies to continue to achieve those targets that were set in that existing climate action plan that you already have. It has a series of strategies within it. There's a total of 18 strategies. 16 are in the existing climate action plan. And of those 16, 15 remain unchanged. Strategy 10 has been changed to include additional traffic reduction measures. And then we've added 2 more to make you more able to fulfill new goals that have come down from the state since 2024. And those are strategy 17 to reduce truck idling and strategy 18 to promote infill development. In addition to that, the estimates of the greenhouse gas emission reductions have been updated to reflect the changes in the growth projections since this new general plan has been drafted. This shows you progress towards the targets that's anticipated in the climate action plan. A graph very similar to this one exists in your existing adopted climate action plan. And what you see in these lines, I love these graphs, but I'm that kind of a nerd. The red line at the top above the green area shows what would happen, what we forecast would happen if we do nothing. And you can see that the green only starts in the year 2024, because that's when that climate action plan was adopted. The line before that is a known set of factors that began in 2005 and went up through 2024. There's a single line there because that was history. There's no forecasting there. Once we get beyond today, we have the red line at the top forecasting what would happen if we do nothing. We have the middle line between the green and the blue forecasting what will happen if Hollister did nothing, but the state did what it's planning to do. And you can see that there's already quite a big drop. Most of the drop occurs through those state efforts, not through what Hollister would do. But there's still a gap to get down to where the state wants us to be. The state wants us to be way down very close to zero. And to get to that number, and the desired number are the green dots. There are two green dots you can see quite well, and there's actually a green dot on 2045 where the lowest line hits 2045. And what that shows us is that with those city efforts from the climate action plan, we anticipate that you will get to that lower level that's needed to meet your requirements, your obligations for the state effort. And you get that through the set of 18 strategies that are included in the climate action plan. So that's what that teal area is. It's the reduction created by the climate action plan that goes beyond what the state is already going to do. So it is a plan that gets you to exactly the level that you need to get to meet state mandates.
Good question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So how do they come up with these formulas? Is it modeling or is it?
Yes, there's quite a bit of modeling involved.
And so how, you mentioned the state has, with their efforts, reduced greenhouse gases.
Yes.
What efforts have they done?
Well, some examples are that what's called the fleet mix is changing. That is the number of gas-powered vehicles. The amount of emissions from those gas-powered vehicles is going down. The number of gas-powered vehicles is going down. Electric vehicles are going up. That's one way, and that's a pretty significant way. Another is that the composition of gasoline and other fuels themselves has changed and it's projected to be changed. The state is mandating that electrical power, when it's generated, is done through more environmentally sustainable ways. That's a big reduction. So there's a whole host of things. The state is doing many, many things. Those are three kind of commonly known ones that happen that are helping to lessen greenhouse gases through state regulation.
So where in that modeling does it include us buying foreign oil and the consumption of that?
Well, from a greenhouse gas perspective, it doesn't actually matter whether the oil comes from another country or from here. There is the cost, the environmental cost of shipping the oil from a faraway location to here. So that would be included in those, but the bigger issue is the quantity of oil being used, not so much where it comes from, but the quantity itself.
Because I mean, it's my understanding that it's a lot dirtier, right? Because it's less regulated.
I'm not the technical person on this. My understanding is that it might start out dirtier. And that's not because it's a third world country or something. It's just that various grades of oil are more or less pure, but that once they get to this country and they're refined, they are refined to meet US standards, and in California, to meet California standards. And that's where those state standards for the composition of fuel come in. That the refining regulations require that it be made less dirty.
Thank you for that.
All right, so let me just go on. I want to very quickly mention, really for the record, about a draft environmental impact report addendum. When the general plan was adopted in 2024, the general plan and climate action plan, a full environmental impact report was prepared. The environmental impact report is an informational document. It discloses potential environmental effects. It identifies any mitigation measures that are needed. It describes feasible alternatives to the project. Certifying an EIR does not dictate project approval or denial. It's a step that a jurisdiction takes first to say, we understand the implications of this project we're going to do. We've certified that EIR. Now we're going to take action. That certification process happened in 2024. What happened since then is that the city council, having certified the EIR, then repealed the resolution that adopted the general plan and directed us to recreate this new draft, which, as I've already said, is similar to the first draft. So they adopted draft number 2. We now in draft number 3 have gone back to something very similar to draft number 1. The EIR is still certified from draft number 2. So you don't need a whole new EIR. What we did have to do was an assessment of the new general plan, which of course is similar to the first general plan, but it is now considered new, draft number 3. We had to compare it to draft number 2 and make sure that that environmental assessment that was done for draft number 2 still is valid. And we did that. And under state law, we might have found one of 3 things. We might have found that we had to do a subsequent EIR or a supplemental EIR or an EIR addendum. The subsequent EIR and the supplemental EIR are both higher levels of review because either the project has changed very significantly from an environmental perspective or because conditions have changed on the ground. We found that neither of those was the case, and because of that, we only are required to prepare an addendum, and that addendum does not require formal public review nor formal city adoption. So you have an extensive EIR addendum in the files, but you are not asked to act on that tonight because it does not require city approval or adoption. It's just in the file with a finding that the addendum is adequate. With that, I just wanted to wrap up by mentioning community input that we've received so far. I'm going to be summarizing a total of 7 emails and letters that came in when this slideshow was prepared about 3 days ago. And I believe that just today we got 5 more, and those are being distributed to you on paper for your review. They are not what's summarized here. So there's a total of 12 comment letters and emails. 7 we had previously, 5 we got today, and I won't be trying to speak to them. You have them in front of you. If you have questions about them, you or I could try and answer them. The ones that we did receive, of these 7, the first 3 are a request to change the designation at the northwest corner of San Benito Street and Union Road from medium density residential to either commercial or mixed use. This is from a property owner, obviously, who would like to see a commercial component on that site. A request to change a designation at Hillcrest Road from mixed use to industrial, and a request to revise policy for land use 14.1 to allow development in the Union Road area without requiring a specific plan to be prepared. In addition to that, the remaining comments ask that we revise policy natural resources 3.8 to replace a requirement for zero emissions operations to other measures that could be more directly controlled by the property owner, revising policy land use 5.5 to require regional distribution centers. It currently requires that regional distribution centers be located at least 1,000 feet away from sensitive receptors. And this, by the way, is in keeping with recent state law. And the request is to replace that with easily enforceable performance standards, but without a spatial separation. And then finally, to reduce the themes of diversity, equity, and inclusion that are included in the draft general plan. So that gives you a sense of the comments that were received in those 7 letters. Again, you have 5 more before you this evening that you can look at on your own. I apologize that we just didn't have time. Some, I think the last 2 were received about an hour ago, so we didn't have time to put them into this slideshow. This last slide is just to talk about your current schedule and the next steps. Tonight, you will be hearing public comment on the general plan and the climate action plan, and then you'll be making a recommendation to the city council. Then you will have 5 more related items after this one. And then on April 20th, that entire package of 6 items will go to the city council, and we hope to adoption at that council meeting. So in summary, I just want to say again that it's been a pleasure to work on this project. I want to make sure again that the audience and you all, and I know you are aware of this, but make sure you're aware that this general plan is really very similar to draft number 1 that was originally created. We did our very best to reincorporate all the ideas from draft number 1 into this new draft number 3. We believe we have fulfilled the city council's direction in that regard. And with that said, I'm available to answer any further questions you may have, and then you'll open it up, I think, for public comment.
Any questions?
I have one final one. You had kind of breezed through it when you mentioned the addendum. it sounded like there was an administrative process. So, and you said the city council didn't have to adopt or approve, neither do we, legislation. So this is a change that's not going through the legislative process, it's bypassing the legislative process.
I wouldn't say it's bypassing it, but the law, state law allows staff to make a finding that the conditions have not changed enough to require either a full new EIR, nor a supplement, nor a subsequent EIR. And those words get confusing. They sound so similar, but they're actually two different things. So staff has made a finding that you don't need a whole new EIR, you don't need a subsequent EIR, you don't need a supplemental EIR. All you need is essentially a very long memo to file that explains why you don't need those other things. And that's what's happened here.
And that's specific to the climate action plan.
That's specific to the EIR, to the environmental impact report. So the environmental impact report covers both the climate action plan and the general plan, and it actually covers most of the other actions that you'll be taking this evening. It covers the housing element, which is part of the general plan. It covers your zoning code, which is subservient to the general plan. It covers the policies you'll look at because they're implementing the general plan, and it covers the objective design standards, which also implement the general plan. So that one EIR covers all of the actions you're taking tonight, and it's an EIR that already exists.
I mean, I don't have a question, but I do have a concern with unfortunately, this is still gonna get, whether it's considered by the commission to adopt. It's gonna have an impact, but we're gonna be known for it if we just go through administrative review of bypassing that, whether it's seen that way or not.
I think another way to look at it is that your commission, I know most of you did not serve on it at the time, but this commission has already reviewed the impacts of this general plan in the environmental impact report that you recommended to be certified and that was ultimately certified at the end of 2024. So your commission has already reviewed the impacts of this general plan. You're not doing it tonight, but you collectively as a commission did it and the city council did it in 2024.
Yeah, I just have further questions, but we can move on.
Anybody else?
I just had one comment, just for the record. It's my understanding that the greenhouse gases, this is what we're targeting. Market rate housing has a tremendous impact, not only on the city, but the county. And I think a simple jobs analysis, job of housing, job analysis would show the state that, the more market rate housing that we're building probably increases greenhouse gases. Because of, correct me if I'm wrong, most market rate housing that is gonna be built are communities that.
I would love to let you finish your question. I think I know where you're going and I can answer it now if you'd like.
Yeah,
Sure.
what I'm saying is,
I think you're on the right track and I'll
what I
comment
would
when
like
you're
to
done.
see, I guess, this comment's more for the state and the record reflect that. Every market rate housing is gonna have a cumulative impact, regardless if the gases are clean or whether or not they're electric. That there's some serious structural changes that need to happen in Sacramento because we cannot keep growing the way we are. And to the point, I think the sphere of influence, we'll get to that, how we shrunken the sphere of influence is also gonna have a positive impact, but either way, every market rate house that we build, it's gonna add to the greenhouse gas, and that's kind of my point.
Yeah, and I guess I would agree with you, and I'd just like to clarify a couple of things. The first thing I say is that generally speaking, that exact analysis is what's covered in the climate action plan. So those exact ideas are the basis for some of the calculations that go into the climate action plan for all the reasons you said. And that said, there is a difference between market rate housing and the size and type of house. So, and both of those things have an impact. So I think you're primarily speaking about single family homes and particularly large lot single family homes, which are more land intensive and that tend to require people to make further trips because they're spread further apart. So you can't, for instance, walk to a grocery store because you're living so far from the grocery store. And that's a function really of the lot size and the density more than the market, the financial situation. When we talk about market rate units, we're talking about units that are priced the highest within the range of housing types. And there are single family homes that are for moderate income, lower income, and very low income people. There are also apartments and condominiums that are built for the higher income people, where it's called market rate. So it's important not to confuse those. It is also true that people with higher incomes tend to generate more greenhouse gases than people with lower incomes. And that's because people with higher incomes have more choices, they go more places, they buy more things, so they do generate more greenhouse gases also. But so it's really both. It's both providing lower income housing for people of lower means who do generate lower greenhouse gases per person. It's also providing housing that's a little more dense and more centrally located, like in this new general plan, to allow people to make shorter vehicle trips and even to walk and take bikes for a lot of their trips. And that can happen regardless of their income, whether they're higher income, living in a market rate unit, or lower income. Those are choices they make by virtue of the type of housing and the density of housing they live.
And I just would like to finish off with 100% agree with everything you said. But I think it's advantageous for the city to still do a analysis on their own that, are these lower density or higher density, more compact units, are they attracting people from Hollister, or are they still attracting more commuters? Because if they're still attracting more commuters, then what, the cumulative impact is still the cumulative impact. And the idea is we want to get people off the road. Even an apartment, people still are commuting. That's just the part I wanted to emphasize. Well, thank you for it.
I have a couple of questions from the public comments that we received that were not. If you can't answer no, let me know, but I just want to point them out. So a couple of things that were glaring were that there was somebody who mentioned that 100% of commercial projects could be approved, but that they would have to be required to include residential units or housing. Is that accurate?
It is accurate that in all but one of the mixed use designations that the general plan requires both housing and commercial uses. So there is the North Gateway commercial, which allows residential and does not require it. But the other mixed use designations, the general mixed use, the downtown mixed use, and the West Gateway mixed use, they do require the residential component. And the policy reason for that is that housing is very important. Affordable housing is very important. Higher densities of housing are very important. And the development community here has had a predilection to build 100% commercial projects, and we're trying to really make mixed-use communities, particularly in the downtown and the West Gateway area. So it is true that even though they're called mixed-use areas, or precisely because they're called mixed-use areas, they would be required to have truly mixed sorts of uses, and it wouldn't meet the spirit of those regulations if they ended up being 100% commercial.
So I think that's something for us to discuss, considering that we do, I think here in the city of Hollister, we do want to encourage business, commercial. We have a lot of housing, probably too much for us to handle. So requiring that seems really hard and fast, in my opinion. And then another, can you also speak to, so there was another public comment that came in, and I want to say this so that for everyone's knowledge, and it came from San Benito High School District, Hollister School District, or not Hollister, Hollister High School. And so this was about the building of a second high school and providing support. I'll summarize it. It was a lengthy, very well-written letter, but I think the point to this is for our consideration as a city to think about the growth and the need for schools, whether it's a high school or elementary, and some of us served on, school boards. And there has been an issue with the developments here, not partnering with the city and the county to build schools. So if there's a way, I don't know, to speak to that, to add that, because I think that is a piece. We want people to come, like to your point, we want people to come and live here, and those that are here, but we're busting at the seams in our schools. And so I think we need to be thoughtful in that way. I don't know. There's an.
I can just respond by saying that the letter does also say that the school district supports the general plan as written, and it actually points out a series of policies that are included in the draft general plan that do exactly what you're saying. State law actually, unfortunately, has preempted cities from doing all they could imagine doing to support the schools. There are limits that the state has placed that the development community asked for 20, 30, 40 years ago. Those limitations are still in place, but this general plan does as much as legally possible to support the school district when the city approves development. And I think the school district's letter reflects that and congratulates you on putting those policies into the plan.
And they ask for further support. Okay, yeah. And then, can you talk about explain, so I'm fairly new to the planning commission, so I'm trying to understand the designation from high density residential to medium density residential. And because there's concerns from someone from the public about their parcels proposed to be designated high density under the draft Hollister general plan. And they're looking at potentially recommending to revise it to medium. Can you speak to what the difference between what would be the impact there?
Well, I think that in my mind, and Eva might want to add more, but I think the simplest way to think about it is that the high density designation will probably primarily be townhouses and apartments. The medium density will be lower rise, zero lot lines and small lot, single family homes. And there are some property owners and developers in the community who prefer to build those the small lot, single family, the very dense single family homes, the zero lot lines, and they are somewhat concerned about apartments and townhouses. So because of that, you have some of these comments coming in. I just want to let you know that what the council directed us to do was to go back to the draft number 1 general plan and to not change land use designations that were already in that draft number 1. And that's what we've done.
So this is at the request of our city council.
Exactly.
Yeah, yes,
General plan.
all of the land use designations, with the exception, and I can talk to it, because I apologize, it wasn't in the presentation, but we did touch on it in the staff report. Staff has made 2 corrections and 1 proposal to put airport support around our airport on all sides, which was not in the January draft. But otherwise, all the land use designations are exactly as they were in the 2023 plan, which was our directive from council and city plan.
So explain, so even if we were to contemplate talking about this was like already a directive from city council.
Exactly.
Madam Chair, if I may, the mixed use is only applicable for the mixed use. I'm not sure you recall, we did have this conversation about one of the mixed uses. Maybe it's not gonna be for every parcel, just with that.
Yeah, I remember, I just want to make sure, we speak to
No,
what
of course.
people come.
And I do want to say, and Eva might want to add to this also, with what we talked about at the staff and consultant level is that we know that there are property owners who didn't particularly like what was in that draft number 1. Because of that council direction, we felt that it was more appropriate to get this done, get it adopted. And if an individual property owner would like to see a change, they can come in and ask for a general plan amendment in the future, and it can be studied on its own merits, rather than slowing down this process to look at what could be 10 or 15 or 20 individual requests and could add literally a year to this process. And I know the council really does not want that.
So they could come back and request their own.
Their own amendment at
Okay.
any time. Yes.
And then one last, if it's okay, there was, is it also true that if someone has an application already in process and there's an impact with this general plan that they will now have to either
I can speak to that. Yes, so it depends on the status of the application, it depends on the type of application. So as we've talked many a time, as we're here in the housing projects in particular have certain rights. There's also vested times, but from a incomplete application perspective, that's going to be your most potentially affected type of application. We have a handful, and we'll speak to them later as well. But incomplete applications at the time that the general plan becomes effective, which will be 30 days after its adoption by the council, could potentially be affected depending on their status and have to comply with this general plan, with the housing ordinances, et cetera.
Thank you for explaining.
Yeah, I just had some further thoughts, I think. I mean, I would love to get addressed on this climate action plan, because I know, you know, we're talking about community and the issues with ultimately, increasing carbon emissions, right? Technically speaking, the biggest, bottleneck is Highway 25 coming into our community. And I know that the state of California just passed, you know, a few years back, the BMT laws, which ultimately has a whole measurement to make it basically more expensive for any infrastructure, any basically project that has a negative environmental impact. So that increases, and you could actually make the argument that BMT on top of other climate laws will literally make it more expensive for anybody to live in a home, because of the cost, the later cost of climate reduction, you know, ultimately requirements. So aside from that, but when it comes to 25, that BMT law literally shifted the cost of what was once considered $25 million project, the Highway 25, to now, from what I'm hearing, reading articles, Board of Supervisors mentioning closer to 80 million, which takes us out of budget, right? So we really don't have all the money to be able to actually get that done. Granted, still moving forward because there is money there. Regardless of that fact, that's why I feel like these need to be more thorough conversations. Because ultimately, the very thing that's proposing to reduce carbon emissions is actually increasing carbon emissions. That BMT law specifically, I would argue, negatively impacts rural communities. That actually literally makes us the bane of the existence of California. If you live in rural America, you're going to be punished for living there, because you guys have ultimately, if you live here, you're going to be traveling to work, right? But 60% of our workforce literally travels out of town for their jobs. So for their livelihood, that's why I struggle with ultimately this kind of actually find it. It's supposed to have a positive impact, but in reality, you're actually having a very negative impact for rural America.
I have a question about, for variables that go into the general plan. These statistics that you mentioned, the ratios that are shown here in the table, the general plan. How are those calculated? Like, how do you determine the 30 units, which is the most contested item here, probably 30 units for mixed use? Like, how did that come about?
I can check to speak to that. Yes, so the 30 units per acre as a minimum for our high density and for our mixed use came from a change that happened with the census. When we first kicked off the general plan in 2020, the population. So the city of Hollister is a part by the federal census of the Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, San Jose metropolitan area. San Benito County and the city of Hollister, we are lumped into their metropolitan area as a census data point. So we're not considered a rural county, we're not considered a rural jurisdiction. We're actually a part of that metropolitan area, which into California law, when you're calculating the minimum density requirements for your housing element, because we're in a metropolitan area, it has a different calculation, and the minimum is either 20 or 30. And the way that that distinction is divided is based on the metropolitan area population. And right now, that population is hovering about 30,000 below 2 million, but 2 million is the trigger point. And when we kicked off the general plan and started doing the data analysis and running the numbers, and then also started getting our RENA draft numbers from COG and the state, in order to meet our housing, we were over 2 million in Santa Clara County. The 2020 census data did drop us below 2 million when it came out in the end of 2022. So technically, the minimum right now is 20, but every year, the American Community Survey data, which is an annual census survey, we have been getting closer and closer to that 2 million point. And as soon as we tip over that, the minimum goes back up again to 30. And so it was staff's recommendation to the council originally when this first was happening to change our high densities to accommodate that 30 minimum, so that we would not have to redraft our housing element if the census data changed. We would not have to redraft our general plan. And we do still have medium density and low density as an option for that middle and lower density housing. But where we're seeing a lot of the contested is that most of our vacant available parcels in town are redevelopable parcels in town have that mixed use designation currently, or have that high density designation currently. And so there's not a lot of mixed medium density land available in the city that's right now. So It is a change to the existing use as a concept. But it's not, we can't lower the density, we can't downzone because of housing element concerns, we would have to, if we downzone all our mixed use. That's current, or all of our high density that's current to medium. We would have to find somewhere else to upzone. So I think what we would see potentially in the future would be. Looking at medium density in annexation, and perhaps in the Union Road area, looking at medium or a mix of medium and low and high density mixed use. But inside the city, there's not a lot of changes to the designation. It's downtown is downtown. We're upping the minimum from 25 to 30 to make sure we're meeting that housing requirement and not going to that housing problem in the middle of our citizen cycle. And I'm going to come back to this.
So the numbers that were given, they're based on a metropolitan area, not just. In
Right, yes, so we're captured in that metropolitan area, and then state law says if you're in a metropolitan area that has over 2 million population. The minimum is 30.
And is there a reason why mixed use projects have the same minimum requirement as those that are not mixed use? Just high density, medium density residential?
Yes, so high density residential is, we're proposing to, we're kind of expanding the medium and high density residential, because what we found with the current medium density zoning is only 8 to 12 units an acre, which is very narrow and doesn't accommodate a lot of projects. They're not really, you're not seeing the diverse type of zoning. We're seeing a lot of single family homes in our medium density residential. A lot of the developments we see now, new homes, the small lot homes, is actually zoned medium currently. Serrato subdivision, Mirabella across the street from the school, on Buena Vista Road. They're all medium density, so that's the type of development you're seeing with the current 8 to 12. It's very narrow. So this general plan is proposing to broaden medium, 11 units an acre to 29, which is going to see some of that small single family product on the low end, but also you could see more townhome, a little bit higher, maybe some low scale apartments in medium, which is more of what you think when you think of medium type of housing. And then high density at that 30 unit acre, you're going to be seeing apartments is what is intended when you label something.
Think, I'm seeing here, for example, the high density residential. Has 30 to 65 around 12 units per acre. But then, for example, the West Gateway Commercial and mixed use has the same number of minimum unit 30,
Yeah.
but they also have a commercial component to it. So, like, I'm just thinking like they have an additional factor here, which is a commercial use. Is it expected for it to be on the first floor?
Yes, typically, so it's not a mandate for vertical mixed use, it's just where you see it ground floor with residential above, that's certainly allowed. It also could potentially be a project where you have what we call horizontal mixed use, which is where it is separate, commercial with some apartments on the other side. So both of those could be accommodated in the mixed use density designation. The densities are coming from, again, just hitting that minimum to make sure that they're okay to look at for housing sites. As we go through the whole cycle and the whole life of this general plan, the goal is to make it live as long as possible for the city. But so it could be vertical or horizontal mixed use in those mixed use designations, but one of the goals of the general plan as well, we study a new economic development.
Yeah, I'm just seeing
Element.
that little.
And so it was to try to require commercial and not have to take away our mixed use designations that were created in 2005. Because of meeting housing requirements, not having to change the zoning of all our mixed use sites to a 100% housing site to make sure that we could still get that mixed use, get those commercial opportunities for the city. That was a strong goal of where we're coming with the land use policies, the housing element policies, was trying to preserve as much commercial opportunity in those mixed use areas and trying to get that true mixed use. Otherwise, we would have probably had to change a lot of those to be residential in order to meet state mandates.
Yeah, I just see that might be like a little difficult to meet both in track because high density residential only is looking at housing. But then the commercial mixed use, you have the same number of housing requirements. But you still have to plan for your circulation for your commercial property as well, so. That's not always budgetable in terms of what Peter was on, was there said 100% earlier, but. That's the one that I think like, what would happen if those RVs, the mixed use commercial, where there's variance granted, or there's other public benefit. Instead of meeting the 30, similar number. Like, I see like rezoning involved in option would be just gonna add time to the project and so forth. So I'm just wondering, like, are there other options or avenues that applicants have? If they wanna do a commercial mixed use development, but cannot meet the 30 units, or what are the public benefits would be beneficial to the city? Yeah, they can be 30.
Right.
Like, it's more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do you all want me to open public comment, or do you want
Just
to?
one quick final point of, I think consideration when the census happened. Actually sat on the board of supervisors and we really went to, there's always, and had a press conference. Well, that's probably the board of supervisors in Monterey County. And we ultimately made the argument with the fact that they actually took us away from Monterey County, which was actually where we first were established. And segregated us and think and ultimately first Santa Clara County. We saw the writing on the wall. There ultimately that these new requirements are actually going to create urban designations for urban requirements. And urbanizing rural America, this makes no sense to me. But regardless of that fact, that's why I think these density requirements, although they sound good hypothetically, right? And it's no disrespect to planning staff, it's their expertise. Regardless of that, it still doesn't play out, I would argue, necessarily practically speaking. And I'm pretty sure you'll hear it from some of the attendees. That especially when we have a model of 25. Financially, I don't see how anybody would want to build these high density elements where you have folks that really can't even get to work. And if you're gonna buy these, right, you're making a lot more money. So you want a single market rate home. But you know, if you're barely making it, it's gonna be very hard for you to buy one thing that's really easy to do at the time. That just I think you know, if it's accountable. It makes no sense. I mean, just from a business standpoint, like, which we have to consider that reality, because economic development is a part of the general plan, that's what it's fun.
Madam Chair, if I may, this is a question. We still have the 6th cycle. We'll have, basically, I think we'll be able to make comments more about housing land use in other
Yeah,
areas.
there's
I think that's what I wanted to get at. Let's, yeah. Not trying to say speed it up, but basically, I think it's more appropriate to, yeah. I'll speed it up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and let's go ahead and open public hearing at 7:02. And staff, do we have any public comments on this item?
Before we go to the speaker cards, I just will note for the record, and it's been mentioned, we have received 5 written public comments on item 6.1. These are made available in the lobby and will be appended to the online agenda as well, but the written comments we received were from Christopher Pito, from San Benito High School District, Victor Gomez, Alicia Union, and Alex Sala for the record.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have, Chris Briantino in person,
How many do we have, so to determine 3 minutes or?
3 minutes.
Okay.
I'm Chris Brigantino. And I'm a property owner within the Union Road Special Planning Area. I'm concerned that the draft general plan effectively prohibits development in this area for an indefinite period of time. Policy LU 14-1 states that a specific plan must be created prior to approval of any new development projects in the area. As written, this language conditions all development approvals on completion of a future planning document. The general plan update process began in 2020. Property owners have already waited more than 6 years for adoption of this plan, requiring an additional undefined waiting period before any application may even be considered is unreasonable. Critically, the draft provides no timeline, no initiation trigger, no responsible agency, no funding source, and no completion schedule. Without these elements, the requirement functions as a de facto moratorium on development in this area. Indefinite deferral of development rights freezes investments of finances, reduces property values, discourages job generating uses, undermines orderly market-driven growth, and places a disappropriated burden on a small group of landowners. A general plan is intended to provide certainty and implementable land use direction. It should not postpone all activity pending future studies with no defined schedule or accountability. If additional guidance is desired, the city can address design and infrastructure standards through zoning regulations, development agreements, or project level review. Requiring completion of a separate specific plan before any application, this process is necessary and counterproductive. I respectfully request that the city revise policy LU 14-1 to allow development consistent with adopted general plan designations to proceed immediately. This is a suggested language. Development within the Union Road special planning area may proceed consistent with adopted general plan land use designations and zoning. Preparation of a specific plan shall not preclude or delay consideration or approval of individual development applications. This approach preserves city oversight while restoring predictability, fairness, and ability for property owners to respectfully invest in their land. Oh, perfect. So this letter was written by Michael Brigantino and sent to you. I'm not sure if you guys have it, but if you'd like, I have a copy for you. Would you like it?
Thank you.
And can I just make one more comment? The gentleman here, he made a comment that if you pass this, that a landowner could come in and make an attempt to make an addendum. To me, I'd like him to let us know how much that's going to cost. It's in how much time that would cost probably. I think it would be not even applicable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any more?
Yes.
Yeah, we have several. I'm gonna go to online with Chris Hiddle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Chris Pito, 1011 Camino del Mar, San Diego, and I attended the Planning Commission meeting on February 26, 2026, and was involved in a discussion on item 7.1. And our discussion during that study session is relevant to the items that I'll speak on tonight. I submitted a letter to the City of Hollister, included the clerk earlier this week, and I'm requesting the Planning Commission choose option 2 in the list of options and make an amendment in your recommendation to the City Council and not accept the language as presented. I would ask that you please direct staff to make all required changes so APN 052-090-045 is general commercial in all necessary locations within the pertinent documents. The West Gateway requirements for housing density, design, etc. should not apply to APN 052-090-045, and staff should be directed so that the current planning applications, even if amended, will not be required to comply with the West Gateway changes. Additionally, as part of the PlaceWorks presentation tonight, they showed an updated land use map slide showing the current housing density on the project to 20 to 25 units that would increase to 30 to 65. That requires 75 units on a 2.5 acre project, and that's not feasible. Staff further said that didn't have to be vertical, but before you tonight was also an item LU 8.8 that required 3-story buildings adjacent to the street, and LU 8.1 requires commercial use on a ground floor only. Staff further stated that if the zoning was not changed, we could go through a general plan amendment, which is true, except there's currently a ban on general plan amendments. Then when general plan amendments are allowed, there's only 4 allowed per year. This is a very simple request that would save over $60,000 in having to do a general plan amendment, as the gentleman before me just stated. I think that you've been given some false information tonight. We have a real project that in July, per the city manager at the time, was allowed to be commercial only. Then through a series of items in code references, zone changes, we've now been required to add residential to the project. I disagree with the density requirement and have put the city on notice as such. But the simplest and cleanest way to resolve this is to make this a commercial project. The idea of this general plan is to look at hope and theory and what could happen. And what I have is a project with tenants who are financially committed to a development in the town that's going to create job opportunities, economic development, and amenities. And we can't even get an application in. And the reason the council didn't ask for changes is because I can't submit an application and get it to a hearing. So what I'm asking for is the opportunity to do that. There are other items that are in here that will make our life difficult if it's not zoned commercial and if we don't remove the requirements in this West Gateway, like the 3-story obligation. It is not feasible. General commercial allows residential, but it doesn't allow commercial and residential or even mixed use. I appreciate your time. I'll speak further on some of the items later. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Lee Shaheen, and he's here in person.
Thank you. Good evening, planning commissioners and all attendants. I emailed the following information to you commissioners actually yesterday, and I think Eva has supplied you with paper copies today because there was some difficulty with the email. My family owns the vacant land in Hollister on San Felipe between Maple and Santa Ana, bordered on 3 sides by Starbucks, McDonald's, and the DMV. Lots of money right now. The proposed general plan 2040 zoning for this land is mixed use. As demonstrated by the following information, the required minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre does not work for Hollister. In 2022 and early 2023, Republic Urban Properties, working with the city, spent 18 months designing a mixed-use infill development for our land, including live-in commercial, which would keep residents in Hollister. Unfortunately, they were forced to abandon this project after the April 2023 GP 2040 draft changed our zoning from 20 dwelling units per acre to 30 dwelling units per acre. Their appeals of the city were ignored, and they walked away from $350,000 in deposits. John Schultz, Vice President of CBRE, represents our property. He has presented to dozens of developers, and none have been willing to work with 30 dwelling units per acre. They all state that at 30 dwelling units per acre, unit construction costs are much higher, and that there is no market in Hollister for that housing density. In June 2023, Dennis Martin of the Bay Area Building Industry Association reported that densities above 20 dwelling units per acre would not work in Hollister. To be clear, we did not solicit that opinion. Victor Gomez, the former mayor of Hollister, also feels that 30 dwelling units per acre will not work in Hollister. I welcome your questions, comments, and suggestions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Also in person, we have Carson Power.
Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carson Powell. I'm with K2 Solutions, and I live in the unincorporated area of San Antonio. I am a registered lobbyist with the city of Hollister. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Tim Johnson. Mr. Johnson owns a property that's roughly 3 acres at the southeast corner of Enterprise Road, Union Road. He has an interesting property because 20-30 years ago, the county came to him, asked him to sell part of his property to provide space for a sewer lift station to accommodate a sewer line that goes directly down Southside Road, so that low-income housing could be built to the south of him. He agreed to do that, and then the units went in. Later on, I believe that the sewer system was set up with the migrant housing complex out there as well. And units that are being built maybe 2 years ago that use the same system. In addition to that, there was 2 subdivisions that were built in the county using the same line and pump sewer directly onto the lift station that is on his old piece of property there. And it's kind of a unique situation because when you combine your land use map with your policy decision, proposed policy decision to not provide out of jurisdiction sewer service, you've essentially created an island for Mr. Darkle's property where he cannot develop to the like or density of the properties to the south of him that his property was used to accommodate. To the east of him that have been approved in the county that are on Sunnyside Water Sewer District service. And the future development directly to the north across the street, the Lico Greco property. Which is going to be mixed use, and if built at the density proposed, it would be multi-story and probably 1,000 units. So he'll have 3 acres there that he cannot develop in the city or in the county at the same densities because your proposed policy will not allow him to get sewer access to a sewer line that's directly in the street in front of his property. And he is not in a position to be included in your sphere, even though in the previous draft he was included. If we were to look at the map, and it might be easier later on if anyone was interested to pull it up, I can show you that really only about 7 or 8 acres in this area was left out of the sphere after the line is moved back up to Enterprise Road. In the first version, he wasn't included. In the second version, he was because the commission at the time and the council thought that it didn't make sense to essentially have a taking of somebody's value of their property in this way. So if anybody's interested, I'd like to have that conversation and kind of show you why it doesn't make sense. You have to really use kind of like a Google Earth view to see what's already built, and then use your proposed land use map to show what could go. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Itzia Kwon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm recovering from a cold, so if you can hear me. I was looking at the page 23 of the new general plan land use map. And it seems to me that it could be done better. Was really hard. In fact, a few of my friends were looking at this right near these boundaries. The Hollister city limit boundary, you can see it, what the symbol is in the legend. The existing sphere of influence and the proposed sphere of influence are really hard to read because the boundary lines are overlaid on top of each other, so you can't always tell where it is. So I would suggest that to creators of the maps, you can still have that, but then break it out and show where each of those lines really are, because you can't tell. I mean, you have 3 lines on top of each other, you can't tell. Like, for example, the proposed sphere of influence. It's a dash line, you can't tell where it is in many places because it's overlaying another line, which is, I think, the existing sphere of influence. And so I would say that you guys are having difficulty enforcing all this because my 2 friends are like, you weren't right near there. And they also couldn't tell because you can't see the city streets. It's just, if you look at that map on page 20, and they looked at it quite a bit, they couldn't tell exactly if they were going to be impacted. So I would suggest it's probably not difficult. Just create another couple of maps that you can have this combined one, but break it up so people know, how they're impacted. I suggested that they comment, but they said they were too shy to talk. So that's why I came here to help them out. They would like to know if their property is inside of the proposed sphere of influence or not. That's what my friend said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Joe Tamasha.
Here. On that DNC. As of Monday or Tuesday, I was in a meeting and that thing's changing from rural county for us. Where we're gonna be a different DNC on all sides of metro area. So it's gonna give us a lot of money back for the from the development. We'll make more funds available, education, know that before the house convention. Okay. I'm in the North Gateway project. And I've met with Eve a couple of times. I bought a piece of property with the intentions that when I bought it, I did the research on it, I could put employee housing on it. I checked with the city, checked with everybody, yes, I bought it. About a year and a half later, I go to the city and want to build employee housing. They say, we'll get back to you, I want to have that meeting. We have that in the living room. Get back to me, no, we can't do that. Because it's only if you have mini storage. Now you guys are gonna give the North Gateway where I am. Housing, but at 30 units per acre. Figured out, there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. If you did it 1,000 square foot house, that's 30 of them level. You can't fit it in, there's impossible. I don't want to put employee housing in like that. This is a brand new one, I think you guys should be able to drop that to 20 at least. Even 15, put something decent. Where is the small town rural character that the slide said up on the road? I hope every one of you went and matched a map up with what's on the property and what's in the neighborhood. And I doubt if you did drive around and look at that, but you should. You're gonna see some prime ag ground that's zoned for high density. You're gonna see infill like on Union Road project that should be done. I submitted a plan for that with the commercial and housing. I don't want to build housing. I'm not a developer. I'm a damn farmer. But the community has forced me, that's infill to me. But what they do, they kicked it out, they kept my money. They didn't even bother looking at my map. That's not right. I would have made a lot of written comments, and Eve knows this. But I thought you were gonna carry forward the comments from the previous 1 and 2, but I guess they didn't. And one thing that's happened, there's things happen. Now VMT is gonna change. ADUs were not an issue back in 2021. Now we have them everywhere, and even some places you can put 2 on your property. So there's some issues that are going on that have happened even in the time that this thing's been changing. So things have changed out there, and I don't know if we are doing the right thing or not sometimes, but something needs to be done. Highway 25 is your economic stream, and it's not going to create any jobs. And I've been working with that to try to create jobs and bring that. I'm with a group of farmers who are trying to preserve the farm ground out there, but we're trying to get the highway to come in at such an angle to give economic development to the county without affecting the roads. And we're all in favor of fixing the highway, but maybe it's not the right place to bring that much more traffic in. And thank you.
Thank you.
We have Sunny Flores also on the speak.
Good afternoon, Sunny Flores, 15th Street. I have a question. Does this general plan allow for 8,364 homes? You look. Is that the total number? No one mentioned the total number.
I can't respond to the comment, but I also don't have that number.
Okay, if I read the right document, it's allowing for 8,364 homes. The state requirements was 4,134. So it's double. It's 100% buffer if I'm accurate. The state doesn't require that. They recommend 20 to 30%. So if this does get approved, you guys are putting it up to 8,364 homes. That's opposite of what the council said they want, right? And if that is accurate, it's 614 homes more than the original planning for plan. So if this gets approved that way, you're adding more homes. Additionally, 30 units for high density is too much. San Diego County is part of the metro area, but it is considered suburban by HCD. So it should stay at 20. Yeah, we're trying to keep our rural field. But that's about it. I don't think I mean, I am a local developer, and I can go 30 on acres. It's gonna go up, and you're gonna have one tall building with a tiny parking lot. That's not what we want. We're looking, thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more comment cards or anything already.
Thank you. We will go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:25. And now is there further discussion from the commission on this item? If you, yeah, do you have any?
First off, I understand. Well, actually, I don't understand, I'm not a landowner, but I know that this can be a very tumultuous. Process, and inevitably this did start in 2020. And the former. City council decided they wanted to expand the sphere of influence. The new city council got elected, says that we don't want to expand the sphere of influence. This is an economic document, it's a plan, but it's an economic document. We do not want to expand the sphere of influence because it opens the gate for more urban sprawl. Now we're bringing it back to where it should have been. I understand that. It's frustrating because I think some people were kind of promised one thing and it's kind of taken back. That was not the intention. The intention was to control the urban sprawl, the sprawl that we all want to preserve, I think, farmland. That is why we are bringing this here back. I just wanted to highlight that, because I think some people are missing some context. Then I'll have more to say, but I'm gonna.
I just had a question, how many other jurisdictions have updated their planning, including, like the rural area, basically, the 30 per acre?
Information, pushing on this.
I would like, I mean, I know sounds like this is fairly new. I mean, not the plan, but ultimately the now implementation of this requirement. And I'm curious what has been kind of the effects of it. I just ballpark, I mean, I'm almost not a developer and I'm not a farmer either. But just based off of my understanding, it didn't seem like it's tenable to have 30 units, especially in the rural community. That's just so weird. So I'm over this my question, so I hope we can find out.
It's a request.
Yeah.
I can try and look into it. I think, I'm not sure if I'd be able to locate another rural jurisdiction like ours that's also designated as a metropolitan area that I could look into.
Well, and ultimately too, because we're now gonna have to be tasked with the consequences of it. And I want to understand, ultimately, how does this not actually have a negative impact cost wise for our locals? And what does that mean for urban sprawl, right? I mean, technically we're not sprawling out, right? The Mediterranean kind of was, and then ultimately there's a city of the last year of influence. There's this higher, so you're really almost forcing this, moving upwards kind of scenario. I don't know who's gonna raise their hand and say, I'll do it first.
Do you have comments?
I have more comments than the housing element, which is the next item.
Okay.
But it also, I don't know. I'm able to take action without or with other items.
I was curious about the same. Can you clarify if we have, because I have some question concerns. Do we have to approve, not approve, do an action on this? But then what if the others impact?
Yes, so we do have to take action on this item, but the general plan, all of the other items, including the housing element, build off of this general plan. So I think, and I'd be happy to ask you, hear your questions and answer them to the best of my ability. If I think it's something that really is like a housing element policy question that isn't necessarily impacted, I can let you know. But I think that especially during these types of things are perfectly valid discussions for the general plan, the housing element is built off of this general plan existing as proposed.
Okay, so, I mean, for consideration, I think the themes here. Right, preserving farmland, we heard from people talking about this requirement of commercial. And forced to build residential, which I think is. It goes to the conversation we're saying, so then. Someone with a commercial area, now you have to have. Residential, and we already can't deal with the growth that we have. I don't think that that's good. Listening to the landowners or local business owners, right, in the applications. This also, when we had our joint city council and planning commission meeting. This was the theme that came up about applications and changing the rules of the game and waiting, and we heard fees, and somebody mentioned fees, what's it gonna cost to have an amendment? So I think all of those questions are still unanswered. And to the person who talked about the maps, thank you for saying that, because I thought the same, and that, I was, feeling like your neighbors, like, should I ask? Because I don't see street names, and I'm not sure, so thank you for saying that. I felt the same, and it's a valid question, right? What streets are those? So, so I think that would be something that I would want to see. And then to the speaker landowner who was talking about employee housing, wow, something we need. And it wasn't possible. So what are we, I just feel like, what are we doing? How are we not helping each other who have land, who want to do good for our community? And instead of these, high density units, I don't think that's what we want.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, especially with the climate action plans and the state requirements, they're intentionally broad. So they don't necessarily have it's like they're guideline driven. So they don't actually give specificity to the application. Granted, for obvious reasons, it's too hard, right? Because every community is so different, the way that it's actually going to work itself out. Personally, I feel like there's too many questions. So, and I mean, I definitely have a question with how is it that we can even have a requirement for someone to build something outside of where their interests are, right? They're ultimately an investor, right? A business owner. And if they're going to invest, why would they say, okay, I'll build what you want me to build? When ultimately that's not their ultimate idea, right? That's not the intention of so you might take them out of cost, right? You might take them out of even visibility. And I know for me, when I was on the board of supervisors, we couldn't require a school, a developer to build a school, right? There's requirements on the commercial, and I'm trying to understand how this doesn't have a violation, because there's not some form of violation by forcing someone to build houses, right? I get it. The state of California is obviously very clear. They want more houses everywhere. But that doesn't necessarily play out. So I think there's too many questions personally, and I would argue I can't support this. I would rather table this for a further discussion about the implications of it.
And yeah, and to add to your point about the business owner, I think that it was in a public comment. There's someone who wants to build, I think it was a McDonald's, something, right? And then it's like, oh, but you have to build residential, what? I don't understand. But it's not what they want to do. So how do we keep attracting business? We're not gonna. So anyway, okay, anything else? Does anyone have other comments, or do you want to make a motion?
I just want to make an emphasis that, or let me ask that, if this doesn't get approved by us, city council can still approve, correct?
That's correct. So tonight, we're looking for the recommendation of the council or of the commission, and we'll take forward your recommendation.
How much time will it delay it if we don't agree on this?
If you would like to make a recommendation that the council deny it, that would be. It's not my recommendation to you as staff, but if that is what you would like to recommend to the council, you can do that. It will still be going forward with your recommendation.
So I just want to emphasize that we have state mandates. When I say state mandates, that in other words, we have to approve this housing element or else we start to lose local control. That was the whole thing. I think there's a mix up between mixed use and commercial. There's commercial and there's mixed use. Mixed use. You have to do both. But commercial, you just do commercial. I just want to emphasize that I don't think we should be getting held up on the mixed use part. That's,
Commissioner, to be fair, we're already using local control. Technically speaking, state law forces us to do something outside of the local communities' intentions, right? The general plan, which my understanding is the authority of the local community, we're ultimately the governing body of that community with the constituents in consideration. So we're literally violating their will if by implementing something that is not even tenable. And here's the reality is because it's so high level, the implications of it mean we deal with the collateral damage of any kind of takings, anything that violates individual property rights, and ultimately forces the project out of hopefully their ability to fund it. There's all these negative consequences, and we're going to deal with it, not the state of California.
right, I understand that, but we've had a discussion about the mixed use. We all agree that these areas should be mixed use, that we want to keep the spirit. Otherwise, we get the problem that we had on, what was it? It was the Dollar General. Remember the whole, there was the apartment complex, then there was the Dollar General. That is not the spirit of mixed use. The spirit was kind of this bohemian kind of living downtown. That was the spirit. We all agreed on that, and then now it seems like we're kind of like, we're changing. I get it. There's some property owners who are upset. They feel like they're being changed, but we have to be consistent on what we gave staff direction. They came back, and we're kind of flipping on the mixed use part.
My understanding is the property owner was okay with it, so actually was with him, their willingness to do it, right? And this is the opposite, right? Because this is also broad. It doesn't just apply to that property. It requires it.
It's not every property. It's, correct me if I'm wrong, Ava, it's just mixed use, whatever's being zoned is mixed use, correct?
That's correct. So we,
Within the city limits.
yes, so the general plan has policies surrounding the requirement for commercial on mixed use properties. And then recently, in October, which came before the council and the commission in September of last year, the council adopted an ordinance which requires both commercial and residential to preserve that spirit of mixed use, but it is applicable to all of our mixed use designations. So under this general plan, it is the downtown mixed use, West Gateway mixed use, which translates into our neighborhood mixed use zoning designation currently. Those are our 3 current mixed use designations, and with this general plan, there's also the North Gateway, although staff and that's in the staff report later tonight with the zoning ordinance, but for North Gateway, though the council gave us directive that we could propose residential because we were looking for sites for our housing element, we did not have enough sites in the current land use designations we had to allow mixed use in North Gateway, but they were quite hesitant and wanted to preserve commercial, so staff is proposing to. That's kind of new. It never was intended with the same spirit of mixed use, and so that's going to allow mixed use, residential and commercial. But there are 4 mixed use designations in this general plan. And that is what would require in only those locations.
But only for mixed use. This isn't every commercial parcel of this.
So we have general commercial as well, and commercial office that are 100% commercial, where 100% commercial projects are required. And then we also have all of our residential designations where 100% residential is required.
Okay.
But mixed use is for where if you were developing something, both are required.
I just don't agree with it being hard and fast. Because it's just, this is not like, there's a cost to it, right? So by designating it, you might just completely kill an opportunity for that property to be used at all. So I personally believe, as in with other things, there should be an amendment process to allow economic development to be a priority. And you don't know, right? You might by the stroke of a pen be killing all these opportunities because they're gonna say, well, I can't do it, and that's it.
I think that would be more appropriate discussion for the land use portion, not the. No, what is the, where do we want, we're on,
We're on 6.1.
No, 6.1,
General plan,
climate action, we're on the climate action, correct? portion?
No, 6.1 is both the general plan and the climate action plan.
Okay.
So we are discussing both. Yeah.
Okay,
do we have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to accept the general plan as staff recommendation.
I make an opposing motion to.
I think we have to hear the first.
So you can have a second motion, and the way that they'll be heard is the second motion. If it's a second, we'll go first. So I think, yeah, so I think you would need a second on the motion on the floor. And then you could also make another motion, and if it's a second, then you would do that.
Okay. Do we have a second?
So, and this would, just to clarify, this would be a second on Commissioner Rodriguez's motion to approve.
Thank you. Okay. First. No, we do not.
And then. Commissioner Hernandez, I believe.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I move the motion on the table, and after we discuss, the implications of this policy.
Table the whole general plan
Action.
and climate action. 6.1.
Yeah, I'd like to know better, Paul. Talk to the applicants after, honestly. I think it's a better idea, so we better understand the implications.
Do we have a second? Maybe.
Offer some more clarity on what's exactly.
Just, let's proceed with the conversation, but not say yes today.
Can you give staff the rest of exactly what you're looking for?
I want to better understand, because one, there's not enough clarity on the requirement for a commercial project in the mixed use area, so now have to enforce that. Force literally to have to build houses, right, or mixed use homes. The potential liability of that, anything. I mean, there's all these other impacts, right, that we just mentioned. But I want to better understand the implications. I mean, how is it even going to impact the use of that buffer? Those properties are dead already, people own those properties. What is going to happen? I mean, the fact that you're requiring it when we don't even know what the market's going to actually demand. And it's just an assumption, so this is just a designation that doesn't necessarily have any clarity, But we're gonna require it, that means we're gonna lock it in, there's no more movement.
So, really quickly, just,
Yeah.
I've been asked to provide some clarification once again about how that item will still proceed to.
To the city council, correct,
With your recommendation of whatever motion you come forward.
right, regardless.
Yes.
I think we understand that, and thank you, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's.
So even if we say, for example, we're gonna table this, it's still gonna go to city council as scheduled. They can decide either whatever they decide.
Exactly, but we want to be very clear to articulate what your motion is.
Okay,
And we go to the end of the session plan.
This item,
Is that?
Yeah,
oh, that's a good
it
suggestion.
could be tabled to the end of the discussion and.
That's a good sign, because then.
Yeah.
Or could that be the most?
And I could add potentially as well, if that. What we could be doing is forwarding this with the concerns about the mixed use requirement, that could be. A motion as well, if that's what you wanted to do, and let the council know that you're recommending revisions to that section or recommending a change or recommending a denial because of that concern, whatever that might be, that could also be.
So approval with revisions to ABC.
Approval with
Okay.
revisions or
consideration.
denial or considering changes. Yes,
And
and
I respect that, and I appreciate. Planning Director Kelly mentioning that. Regardless. The questions I think need to be that. What are the potential issues or concerns, right, of this designation? And two, really, because there's not, I think, clarity on our end, or at least we're not confident. The bill should go to the legislature, to city council or the legislators, we're advisory, right, so we're not necessarily, we're not the policy makers. So all we're doing is saying, we see too much confusion, and see potential negative consequences. Let let them decide, let the legislators, not us.
So do we have a motion on the floor that you want to amend, or is there another one?
With potential, concerns about issues. We move it, city council consider this item, for adoption.
Consider doing,
I would consider at least getting into the other session, that would be nice to inform
yes,
recommendations to the city council. I have, the next item is really.
sure,
Yeah, so
That's
we
fair.
might get more public comment before.
right,
That's good.
that's, so to your motion,
Motion to
table until
table
the
this
end
until
of,
the end of tonight's session.
is there a second? on
I'll
that?
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Uh,
Aye. Anyone opposed, abstain? Okay, hold on. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're not taking it lightly, so 6.2, sixth cycle housing element adoption hearing. May we have the staff report?
Okay, good evening. We'll move on to the second item, which is, bill review of the city's, current draft of the sixth cycle housing element. We have Brian Taylor-Corey from our consulting firm, Tim Horn, Ms. Kelly, and we may, also have David Rosenstein today.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Brian Delacroix with Human Warren Associates, so we're the city's housing element consultant. So we keep this but yeah, we keep this off in 2023. So it's also a long process similar to the general plan. We'll soon look at how it yeah, so I'll go into kind of where we're at with the housing element, what the housing element is, and go into what the implications are for the city. So the housing element is one section, one element of the general plan, which is the previous item. It's the only section of the general plan that has to be updated on a regular schedule, so it's every 8 years. And it's also the only section that needs to be reviewed and certified by the state to comply with state housing law. The reason for the update was really to stay up to date with housing law and changes really feels like weekly. But really it's to set goals, policies, and programs to address the housing need of the city. Housing elements, they're updated and to ensure that we're up to date with state law. And we need to demonstrate that we can sufficiently address the housing need through its own capacity within the city. A huge part of the process is also to engage with workshops, various surveys, and public hearings of this. What it means to be certified is for HCD, so that the State Department of Housing and Community Development to conclude this document against all statutes, and they are ultimately the ones that are going to determine is it sufficient. Does it sufficiently address state law? The benefits certification is it really allows the city to be eligible for grants or funding, all various types of funding. Most funding sources require either an adopted housing element or certified housing element. CDBG is really that biggest one, but also infrastructure funding is part of that. Having a certified housing element also closes you to really a lot of the penalties that I go into here. The biggest penalty or the biggest consequence of not having a certified housing element is really the lack of access to state funding. So if you don't have adopted or certified housing element, you don't become eligible for a lot of these funding sources. Again, CDBG is that huge one. It's a huge funding source for the city, for many cities across the state, but also infrastructure funding. But there's a variety of funding sources that makes you ineligible if you don't have certified housing. The second is not having certified housing element opens you up to those two actions. So this would come from private party, which we in general really needs to open to a lot of that. And these can result in monetary fines, suspension of work control, or certain projects going directly to HCB or the city. People most concerning consequence is the loss of local control. So under builder's remedy, certain qualifying projects can essentially not comply with local zoning or general plan. There's certain requirements that the city follow, but generally speaking, they don't have to comply with the existing zoning or general plan conditions. I think the big takeaway from this is that the housing element doesn't approve projects. It doesn't guarantee development, but failing to do so does ensure that we use that work control. The housing element is kind of broken down into 6 core features here. I'm not going to go through all of these, so I'm going to go through them in a second. But generally, this is how every section is organized, or every section kind of fits at one of these topics. So I'm going to refer to the regional housing needs allocation at RHNA. But really what RHNA is, it's the regional housing needs allocation, and this is the statewide determination. So this comes from the states, from HCD, determines what the statewide housing need is. What these totals do is they initiate the housing element process. So it quantifies the need for statewide, also breaks it down by income category for every for the entire state. And these projections, its methodology, which has they publish it, but generally speaking, it comes from the projections come from future growth in population, employment, and household. Those are the real big drivers there. So RHNA, again, it comes from HEB. HEB assigns regional allocations. So this goes to council of governments. So here it goes to the Senate Council of Government. And it's SBCOG establishes their own methodology of how these units are broken down for the cities and over the county. So that determination, that process determining that the city of Hollister is going to be allocated 4,160 units. And again, this is not a mandate to build these housing units, is to have plant capacity. So has the capacity to be able to accommodate 4,060. This is kind of big picture of how these units are broken down by income category. So you'll see there's 5 income categories from extremely low income all the way to above moderate income, which is almost what we would consider above moderate when we moderate housing, although some range in moderate. So we consider the breakdown on the far right side, you'll see are the breakdown for each income category. The second column there, you'll see that's the range of incomes there, and then the range columns there kind of show what that range looks like for the area we become. So the area becomes the Hollister, and for that income category, area median income, it ranges up to 2025 with income limits. And for the median income, it's 140,200 for family. So that's just kind of to show. But a big thing to note here is that approximately 40% of all households within Hollister fall into those lower categories. So that kind of shows it.
What percentage of this?
40, approximately 4%, so 39.6.
Are those the folks that live here and work here?
Correct. Yeah, that's just for cities. So we'll see if there's a significant jump in allocation from the existing cycle. It's over 3 times. It's almost 3 times as much as the last cycle. This is not, unique to Hollister, just really across the state. It's been a significant increase. For example, not far from here in the city of Santa Cruz, they 5 times their allocation. So it's really this increase is driven by the methodology that is used to really identify the capacity that wasn't built in past cycles, and they kind of build that into this cycle so that cities have these little aspirational goals to develop that housing that goes in this thing previous cycles. So again, this project kicked off in April 2023. We kicked off with a series of workshops, study sessions from April 2023 to January 2024. It was just a series of drafts, administrative drafts, outreach that kind of shaped the plan to what it ultimately developed into. But the first draft was public review draft was published in January 2024. There was a 60-day review period. City received comments. The draft was updated based off of those comments, direction from this body and city council. And then in March 2024, the first submittal to HCD was, so that was in March 2024. From then until February of this year, it's a series of submittals. So there's 3 submittals, a couple of internal submittals, so they're kind of supplements to that original submittal to address kind of some comments that you should have within that period. But in February, so last month, February 13th, the city received a statutory compliance letter. That says that the city complies with all statutes, but cannot be certified until the recent, which is becoming a second. Thank you. Similarly to the kickoff for this process was the community can also kick off in April 2023. There's been 2 workshops. There was a community survey that was available for 7 or 8 months. That was an online forum. And then there's also social media posts on the city's website. Which is available. There's 2 joint study sessions. So that was the planning commission and city council, just so everyone can discuss some of this without having to wait for the other body to recommendation, so on and so forth. And yeah, so now we have had a public review period, but every submittal is a required public review period. The first one is 60 days, sorry, and every subsequent submittal is 7 days. During every one of those submittals, there is a notification that the city sends out to. While we're on the community engagement part, if you want to note that there was a request, I believe in the first item, the owner of this property just brought this issue up, but there's a request to remove one of the sites along 4th Street in the West Gateway area, and the removal of the site will not create an issue with the buffer. The city intentionally creates or establishes a buffer for situations like this, which the site may not work out or it may be removed for one reason or another. So the removal of the site doesn't cause the city to go under its main obligation for competitively. The removal of the site is a policy decision for city council. The housing element really has 2 chapters. Just the intro, which generally sets the stage for what the housing element is. But then the real teeth of the plan is chapter 2, which is the housing plan. So this go into a little bit detail here in a bit. But the rest of the sections are appendices that end. Permits to further design housing, which is an mouthful. I'll just keep saying AFFH, so I don't have to keep having tongue twisters. This is a relatively not a new concept, but a new state requirement in this 6th cycle. So what AFFH really what it means for the city, for all cities, all jurisdictions in California, it means that through the housing element, you can address any disparities in housing needs and access opportunities. So this means if you should break any concentration or segregation. You don't want all low-income housing in one area. You don't want all market rate housing in one area of the city. You really want it to be that really makes for truly innovative. And the city through this plan addresses and affirmatively purpose for housing through its policies. The policy plan, this is where we establish the policies, programs, and objectives to meet the housing needs. So there's 5 overarching goals within the housing element, and each one of those programs and actions fall into addressing one of these goals. The policy plan takes into consideration the feedback that was received throughout the whole process, of feedback from planning commission and city council. And also complies with all, or is meant to comply with all local, state, and federal laws. So a lot of the actions you'll see within the housing element are just actions to update, say, zoning code to get up to date with state laws. So it may not currently be in the zoning code may not currently be in compliance with state law, but the actions commit. The goals and the policies within the policy plan address their housing goals, housing opportunity for all income categories, affordable housing access, transitional support housing, and housing for special needs groups. So special needs groups really great. There's I believe 6 different special needs groups that are addressed within the plan, but special needs group. So how these programs do, what they really do is again reflect the community input, the feedback from you all and from city council, and they address the analysis that's completed within housing element. The housing element addresses any constraints and gaps maybe within the existing plan. It also identifies the resources for both financial and land resources. It also identifies mitigating factors for some of these constraints. The housing elements have specific action. We'll go into an example in a bit. We'll also include the timeframe and funding source, and then who is responsible for implementing these actions. So here we'll see this is a real program from the housing element. This is related to reasonable accommodations. The reasonable accommodations is really for any persons with disabilities asking for a deviation from what the zoning code allows, so they can live comfortably in their home. Think ramps, maybe like a lift, so that they can get into their home. So the zoning code may not allow it or may not explicitly call it out, but through the various federal and state acts, cities jurisdictions must allow this. So this action specifically, it says what the action is just to make sure that it's compliant. So every so often review state laws to ensure it's compliant. And also it includes an action to identify any resources for persons with disabilities, so that they can help them achieve these reasonable accomplishments. So every action has a geographic target. Sometimes it's identified, sometimes it's high resource areas, high income areas, stuff like that. It's because there's a foundation, so it's everybody with a disability. It's that time frame is an adoption by amendment to reasonable accommodation procedures by June 2026, which is right on the corner. And that responsible agency can plan this out with the planning division and that funding source for this action. The other actions may be CDG or other resources. So now we go on to site selection. I think this is a part that was already kind of hit on the previous item. I think it's more appropriate to discuss for this item. But again, reiterate, the city is not required to develop housing. But cities don't have the development agencies anymore, so can't build housing. But you are required to identify enough capacity, so zone enough capacity for housing. So within the 6th cycle, we went into the 6th cycle acknowledging that, and also acknowledging that housing should be integrated with resources, services. We don't kind of want housing just isolated, especially if it's going to be that low to no income where many people don't have access to a car or readily have access to sharing or taking public transport. So we make sure that to the best of our ability, that sites are identified close to community sources, services, public transport, and have either existing or potential access to facilities. Again, there's the act of affirmative rebuilding fair housing, which also affected the sites. Early in the analysis of the existing zoning, we determined that the city doesn't have enough zoning capacity to identify enough sites or to meet the arena. So if we were to identify, the exact same sites we have now with the existing zoning, we wouldn't be able to. So that's kind of where that rezoning effort kind of into the picture. But again, it's also was meant to be consistent with the general plan. So the proposed general plan. So let's say all requires is that all housing, all general plan elements are internally consistent. Same with the zoning code. So we with coordination with the general plan team, identify that these parcels within these zones consistent with the proposed general plan. The sites were also considered based off parcel size and characteristics, vacancies, access to resources, input, and then input we also receive from city council. This is really the big picture. There's a lot going on here. I think things that I want to point out are our existing capacity. This is capacity that we identify on existing residentially and mixed use zone parcels, but also pipeline projects. So this includes projects that were already approved, entitled, but permits haven't been put out. So we can take advantage of those projects. Pipeline projects also considers projects that have active complete applications that are going through the process and may be approved. Being included as a pipeline project doesn't approve those applications. It just acknowledges that they're in the pipeline and may be approved at some time within the planning period. Then we have the rezone strategies that we see with the sites identified, but want to show that the total development capacity is 8,364 units. And that's including all of the strategies, so existing capacity and the rezone. That gives us a healthy surplus of units, so that in case one or a dozen of these sites don't actually develop the way was anticipated, you still have a buffer in place, so we don't have to go back and update the housing every time we come into that situation, or you might have a negative so you're not that's considered a net loss. Here I'm going to kind of fly by through these, but we can during the discussion if we want to zoom in on this, we can go into them. But here we're looking at pipeline projects. These are projects that were either already approved and entitled, but haven't had all the permits pulled, or projects that were currently under review. Here are the downtown mixed use areas. So you'll see they're kind of all generally around the downtown area. The parcels are proposed to be rezoned from 30 to 175 buildings per acre. So at the end of the street, there's the there's renovation of the building, and now there's 12 units above the commercial. That project, I believe, is 144 going strictly.
It's yes, so the 500 centimeter going above. Forgive me if I don't think it's Cosmos anymore, but the old Hollister House, both units, that is developed at 125 building units an acre. So that type of project in our downtown is what this general plan and housing plan support. And the 400 block is about 98 units an acre. So that kind of 3-4 story mixed use project is what is supported in them.
Yeah, so these totals, they look huge, but when we look at real projects, that's kind of what they can look like. And it's not regulated to just look like that. It can be its own project, but that really just but through this rezone strategy, we projected a net unit allocation of 755 units. I know we have the high residential zones, so these parcels are projected to net to about 2,266 units. The mixed use free zones, this is 1,182 units. The West Gateway rezone area is 871 units, and then the North Gateway area is 960 units. So now we get to the next step. So on February 12th this year, so last month, we got the statutory compliance letter. So that's HB saying the housing element as it is complies with all statutes, but we can't certify you until all of the proposed rezones are complete. So once the housing element is adopted, rezones are complete, we can resubmit or submit the final package of all the actions to HEB, and they have 60 days to review that and provide a response, which if adopted as proposed, would be a certificate. We're here on 26 March. Next item are the public hearing for the city council will be on April 20th. And once a decision is made, whatever that is, submittal packet, final submittal packet will be sent to the city in 60 days. But I do want to note that that's not the end of the road. There's still implementation of the action. So every housing element action has its own implementation schedule within the housing element. So that's what things. With that, the recommendation of Council.
Yes, so thank you, Brian. And our recommendation tonight is to adopt the resolution recommending approval of this and adoption of the housing element to the city council.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission? We can now open the public hearing at 8:09. Staff, do we have public comments on this item?
I will just note again for the record, these are the same comment letters, but two of the letters that we received, for the general plan also address the housing element. So for the record, they can comment was received from Christopher Pito as well as San Benito High School District.
Thank you.
Next, we have a speaker online. Please, Chris, Pito.
Good evening. My name is Chris Pito, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego. As shown in the staff report, there was a request that we remove RZ-W-8, which is APN 052-090-045 from the 6-cycle housing element in its entirety. As staff noted, we've had multiple conversations. By removing this property from the 6-cycle housing element, there's enough buffer in place that it will not cause any delays, penalties, or otherwise. We recommend that we request that removing this be added to the staff report or to the item that's going to be voted on this evening, with the recommendation going to the city council. This will tie into the other requests that we've made. And as the next step slide noted, part of what they're doing is the rezone, making sure that everything is compliant. And this is in line with the tabled item 1 and our request to rezone that general commercial, which would allow the proposed project to proceed. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want more?
Yes. Yes, we have. Our next speaker is Carson Collar.
Hi again, Carson Flower, registered lobbyist of the city of Hollister, not speaking on anybody's behalf, wasn't planning on speaking on this item, but we're here, so we might as well really talk about the facts and things. It's gonna be a weird comment, because I think you should adopt it. But the whole thing is a charade, because you're being forced to comply with the state's rules, and roughly 8 or 10 years of housing policy means that you don't have enough sites to actually plan for the units that your community needs. I think we need to be able to hold two truths in our mind at the same time. One is you have infrastructure problems, specifically the roads. And the second is you have a housing affordability crisis. It's been like that for probably 50 years. And any housing affordability crisis stems from a lack of supply. We all had to take economics in high school. If you don't have enough houses, they get more expensive. RHNA, the N in RHNA is needs. Your community needs more units. This plan is not going to give them the units that they need. The city doesn't build. The city plans. They're hypothetical units. People don't live in hypothetical units. So if your plan does not actually allow for units to be built, it's not worth the paper that it's written on. This has been going on for a long time. I don't blame staff. I don't blame the consultants. I don't even blame you guys. But this is the actual situation, that it's a paper unit of 8,000 potential units. But you've zoned it in a way that it cannot feasibly be built. The community does not want that type of project. It's very unlikely that it will be built. I believe you have a policy, a draft policy in here that says that if you don't get units, you have to look for more sites. This is kind of my first warning. You're gonna have to come back and look for more sites, because you are not going to see the numbers of the units that your community needs. You gotta look at it holistically. I'm not gonna tell you exactly how to do it, but this is not it. I did a search for somebody for a rental unit. The smallest, least desirable units are $2,000 a month. A normal house is $3,500 a month. If you want to buy a market rate house, it's $5,000 to $6,000 for your mortgage per month. That is a supply problem. It's not the only problem with it, but it's a supply problem. Just as an example, the slide said 755 potential units in the downtown mixed use area. I would be very surprised if you have 100 now, and that's after 150 years of planning and construction. Probably not 100 units downtown. I probably don't need to go into specifics on this, but a lot of those sites
most likely are not cleared for Alpha Criolla. So those sites are not going to be built on because somebody would have to spend $100,000 to find out that they can't build on it. The other part is that, are all those sites in the downtown parking district? If they're not, you have to plan for the parking involved with that. So there's a lot of problems here, and adopt it, but it's not gonna solve your problems. Thank you.
Some technical difficulties. Apologies. Our next speaker is Lee Shaheen.
Hi again, I would agree with what was just said about numbers on pictures, not numbers of housing. I think the developer that spoke earlier and all the developers that we've spoken to, they will not build 30 units per acre in Hollister. The public urban properties project, which was about 90 units on 4.5 acres there, with some commercial, live-in commercial too, to keep people in Hollister. Those were all could be rental, and it would have been economically integrated project like we're talking about the need for here. If you go to 30 units per acre, that's what it was 20 units per acre. Now you go to 30, the costs go up per unit. You have to have underground parking, you have to have higher elevation of more storage. Different construction project completely. And so it starts as rental units, it starts not to fit the halls, it does not fit the halls of the market. So that's the reality. These are numbers on paper, and I think there's the calculations I look at, you can make the state happy enough without having to have artificial numbers on paper, but that's what the 30 units per acre, it doesn't work. That's not my opinion, that's the opinion that we're going to talk to. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Crescentino.
I just would like to reiterate that regarding the Union Road special planning area, that this be part of your what you're going to vote on today is a revision of that LU 14-1 and adopt something that's consistent with the general plan designation. And in the letter that I gave you, it has the language which we're offering as some help, and I'm just going to reiterate it real quick. Development within the Union Road special planning area may proceed consistent with adopted general plan land use designations and zoning. Preparation of a specific plan shall not preclude or delay consideration or approval of individual development application. And I really feel that this would solve a lot of future problems with this, how it's written now. Thank you.
I also have a card for Joe Tomasha. He wants to speak.
Boy, guys, it's your lucky day. This is like lining up a pair of ducks and just keep shooting all day. You knock on every one. I was just curious, a couple of questions maybe you can ask when you guys go back to the discussion. Is on the housing element, does the property have to be in the city limits, or if you include property, I assume the sphere of influence too, it can be. And I say this because the gentleman just spoke ahead of me about the Union Road area. probably should have been put in this housing element. For these housing units that you're looking for, and not some of the other stuff that's on better ground. And not surrounded by housing. Again, I'm gonna, you guys need to map out, drive around. And look at what these things are. And it doesn't matter if it's this thing or anything else that happens in life in the city. And I would hope that you would go to your city council person that you're representing in your district. And tell them about what happened here tonight. I have to say one thing about the slideshow. On one of the slides, it says assumes 20 units per acre for low income. But you guys want, you want in the general plan with 30? You know, so. And this is a paper deal. You gotta do it to get the state money. But you got a problem. This is an indirect way, and I'm gonna go on Parsons' comment. A way of controlling growth. So the no growth is controlling growth by doing this. But let's just hypothetically say the world changes. And all of a sudden, you got a housing element that allows them to build 8,000 units. Yeah, we got a buffer, baby. But what happens if somebody comes in here with enough money and says, hey, I want. What's to stop them? The state's not gonna stop them. It's, you better be careful what you ask for. That is a hellacious number. The people that are trying to do this might be kicking themselves in their own, you know what area. And you don't need a bigger sphere of influence to do what we need to do. That I would say. The sphere of influence on the general plan is perfectly fine to do 4,000 units. It's just how it's being done. There's a question. Just for paper, you better be careful what you do just for paper. Thank you.
You don't have any more speakers.
Thank you. We will close the public hearing at 8:21. Any other discussion from the commission?
Was there any quantitative analysis or probably did in the last side of the cycle? All I saw in the report was like 12.
I can get those numbers for you. We definitively exceeded our market rate. I want to say we built about 2,200 market rate units, so quote me on the numbers, over and about. Our RENA was 1,308 total, and market rate was only a portion of that. And then, but we did not meet any of our affordability requirements in the fiscal. I could also answer the question, if the commission pleases on that, does the property have to be in city limits? Yes, it does. So we cannot look into the county, we cannot look into the general plan sphere, the land uses proposed in the general plan. That is part of why there was a challenge to find sites, because we are required to have sites in the city limits currently. We can't use a potential annexation as the city.
Thank you. We're in the city. Other questions from?
I have a question. It's my understanding that the county is also struggling with the housing element, is that correct? Yeah, it's also my understanding, I think one of the speakers said this, it's very clear that we're gonna need our market rate. Possibly, our market rate bills, correct?
I would say that's certainly reasonable, again.
So. In my understanding is we're gonna need the market rate. But we've never, I don't think, ever hit the affordable housing rate, like the super low, the low. And I think that just comes to the point, but the market's not going to, the market will not produce affordable housing. That's just historic. Is that, would you agree? I don't know if that's, where has that occurred?
Definitely more difficult, yeah. Like naturally occurring affordable housing.
Okay.
I mean, that's technically why they're having the programs, just to try to subsidize that.
I just want to contextualize this for the crowd that someone said that this plan is to kind of build housing. And there were a lot of people who did not want agricultural land, us building on, sprawling out, Rancho Santana, not to pick on anyone, that's a perfect example of a parcel that probably should not have been built. It was outside of city limits, it was a massive project, I mean, I don't want to pick on more particular projects, but that is the goal of this housing. It was to say, look, we don't want more single family development, we want to we want a higher density. Trust me, 8,000 units were to come in tomorrow, I wouldn't want that either. I don't think people want this. I think realistically, like someone said, it's not gonna be done. I'm sorry, that's just a statement of that. No, what I'm saying is the goal of this, I think, is just that, is to stop the urban sprawl, and I think it achieves that goal. Whether the units get built, that's up to the market, I guess.
I think to add to what you're saying, and I
No,
I was trying to clarify, but to add to what you were saying, I think that also in the numbers that were shown, there were less for low income, right, versus the higher income.
Yeah, and I did receive a question about that, and it's an important question, so. When we identify sites, you can't like select one site to be 100% full. Although we did do that with 2 sites, because there was intent, I believe Cheeseville owns that site.
Yes, yeah.
So they have an intent to develop that 100% forward, but we can't do that for, a random, not a random parcel, like a parcel identified. So you have to have essentially a ratio, so. For most rezone areas, that ratio is 20% is accommodated for lower income. And then the rest, the other 8% for the other income categories. So naturally, you're only gonna have 20% of every site is gonna be lower income. So that's why you see the buffer is lower for lower income, and as we get higher in income categories, because it's more realistic for those income categories to develop, those buffers are gonna be high.
It plays into what we're talking about, right? It's what they were talking about, that numbers game, and it doesn't help the people that are living here, and you can't afford it, it doesn't help us, to say, it's not your fault. I think it's not anyone's fault, everyone's got a mandate, right, and we have a responsibility to do this, but it is true with the comments that they're saying, we're like, I think it's gotta start with Sacramento, or, because it's unrealistic, but thank you. Is there a
It's
motion?
still, I think 37% of the planned units are low income, right?
It's on the slide, I don't remember.
40% of families are.
Oh, correct, yeah, 40%
But
of
the
households.
distribution of the allocation is about 37%, so it's almost one. Based on the need and how many units are planned for the population. The only way to really switch it is to prioritize. And my concern is, I'm not against domestic development. It's just a commercial, we need economic development and also affordable housing. And trying to do both in one, seems like we're gonna lose the project entirely. So, and looking at the origins that, have been allocated, even if all these projects who are having issues right now were to drop, there will still be an overage, right? But it would come at a cost, obviously, for the city. And I'm just thinking, well, they're always, if they get rezoned, always look for them, so. I don't know, I just feel like the 30 units is an issue, right? But it's really a drop in the bucket, it's, it's not gonna do much, so I'm holding this up for that. If there's a resolution, again, at a cost, but there's a resolution for those projects. Because what's the criteria to rezone something, as long as you don't fit the lower requirement, or how would you process someone that wants to rezone and they
wants
their own?
Amendment?
Yes, so there is a process to amend the general plan and then the zoning map. Do both, annex the project, so individually, any property owner could come to the council first and then ultimately.
So there's no requirements that they would be approved or not approved for rezoning?
No, so a project that is not discretionary, if you will, like we see site architectural reviews come before you. What we're reviewing is for consistency with the general plan and the code as they are. But a project proponent could also propose, I'd like to propose this project to you, city. And it requires you to amend your general plan, to be a different zoning, and that is an application that we can process. And that is something that could be approved if the city wants to make that policy document change to support that.
And are we limited for per year or for several?
You're limited to 4 general plan amendments per year, but the city could, if we got a lot of applications at once, we could bring them forward and then group them. So, 5 could become 1 general plan amendment.
So there is a pathway further than we thought.
Right. And even if we could, I think, to what you said before, we could approve with consideration for like the 30 or the offering opportunities for amendments or. Help me with the language, but yeah. You know what we.
Yes, so definitely, the planning commission could make a recommendation to the council that is to approve this with a change or to approve it, but we have concerns about this for you to consider, but maybe, it's a complicated issue and maybe we don't have the exact right answer and maybe it's something to consider in the future after an approval, or we can definitely bring forward as staff and through your motion what it is that you would like to portray to the council about your feedback on these documents. That's your interpretation.
This is just advisory, right, way, but, I think. We gotta realize that the people that are gonna be invested in these developments are gonna be ultimately looking at their bottom line, and that's why, I remember. The whole discussion on even 5% becoming an issue, or 5 to 10%, I think it was. They wanted to move up to 10% requirement of rolling fund, right, based off the project size or whatever. And ultimately, it's like, you do that, I'm not investing, right? It's like, that's too much. There's a reason why rolling fund gets put at the back of the line. So. My point is one, I think commercial needs to get up and along. I think. One, you gotta send a message, I firmly believe, to those that are gonna invest in infrastructure. Because you're only gonna get one-time impact from these projects. And you're not gonna send any positive message to the business community that you were open for business. But two, if you guys want to adopt this, I really do believe there should be some kind of a process. And no offense to staff, but I think it's gotta have a little bit more of the public letting the city council having more engagement in the process, or us, however it works out. But where there's a little bit more of a check and balance from the public standpoint. Right now, it just goes to the administrative, just like that one element, it was, the climate actually, what was it, conversation having to do with being an only administrative procedure. That means we're completely out of the picture, so if things fall apart, we don't know. That's part of the reason why, separate point, but it relates to this. I have made a recommendation that technically this is the shorter time frame for any kind of project to have an appeal process and not be triggered by just a denial. It should actually be more where the applicant has a right to say, let me present my case to the planning commission. Give you some real-time evidence of why this is a bad idea or whatever. Giving us an opportunity to embed it at the beginning of the project versus 2 years delayed before you know it, they're long gone, right? They don't even care about it. And we're struggling as a community to address our infrastructure issues.
Do we have a motion?
One more question. Is there a minimum overage that we have to have in the plan?
So in state law, there's no specific, it doesn't speak to what that specific need would be, like overage. But there is SB, off the top of my head, I can't remember right now, but it's a no net loss law. So essentially, if one or more of your sites were to put you in the negative for doing that, you have 180 days to come back and add new sites. So that essentially means you have to amend your housing home. So that's why we put that buffer. General guidance that we receive from HCB is usually about 30%. But it really depends from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
And I'm sorry, dumb question. The overages on the side road. were they considered and calculated those six cycles?
No, generally not, no.
There's no dumb question. I have one more, just clarification from the public speaker. They talked about APN 052090045. If that was identified to be removed.
Yes, so this is the site at the southwest corner of Fourth Street and Rhinebeck. It's the same speaker, we've been speaking about. We got a letter. Their request is to remove the site. So that's ultimately a policy decision. But the planning commission could recommend to the council to consider that. And we've done the numbers, as any applicant, Steve has also submitted numbers. That it's within the buffer, so it could be removed. And then that would support a potential rezone project submitted by them that would not require us to further amend the housing.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the. 6.2 cycle housing element. Did you guys say that?
To approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the 6 cycle housing element, item 6.2.
Is there any, well, is there a second?
I think you were.
Yeah, but I think I have to ask for a second before. Okay, so no, looks like you don't have a second, so is there another motion?
Motion to adopt, the housing element, 6.2 with, recommendation. Is that the right?
With revision?
With a revision and then and what is prior revisions?
I would like to, if I can do it with this one, to remove APN 052-090-045.
Would you accept that friendly amendment, Commissioner Burns?
Yes. And I'll second those requests.
And do we want to add anything about the commercial? Is this appropriate in this housing?
I would.
It's just housing, okay. And all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstain? Okay, we're good. Move on to 6.3 zoning ordinance 2026-2 to repeal and replace the zoning map consistent with the 2040 general plan.
Good evening, Ms. Kelly will once again lead you through an outline of what is to be repealed and replaced. This zoning map is relevant to the general plan to move to the end, but we feel that you can still consider it at this particular point.
Yes, thank you. I'll take the podium for the next couple of items. So, yes, item 6.3 is the first of several ordinances related to rezoning, and then there's an ordinance and there's a map to be consistent with the proposed 2040 general plan. The reason that we brought these forward all together is due to the timelines of our housing element and the need to get certification as soon as possible. And part of that certification is to do the rezones, which is both this item, which is our zoning map amendment, and also textual rezones to our ordinances to make sure that those sites accommodate the as needed. So this is zoning ordinance amendment 2026-2, which is specifically related to the repeal and replacement of the official zoning map of the city of Hollister. As mentioned, we have prepared the draft 2040 general plan, which was an item we heard earlier. And there are several land use changes proposed in the general plan for properties that are located within city limits. We have some changes to residential and a few changes throughout. And so this item tonight replaces the official zoning map and adopts a new zoning map that has land uses that are all consistent with our general plan land use certifications in 2040 general. So we are proposing as staff, and this will also be reflected in the text amendments we're proposing, to make a few Technical changes to the zoning designations to clarify it and go with all of our zoning amendments that we've been working towards to make things easier. One of the things that we are proposing is to change all of our residential zones to have a prefix starting with R dash. We currently have a couple of Old Town medium and Old Town high density designations that are OTM, OTH, they don't really indicate that they're residential. So we're proposing just across the board, R dash, and then their related abbreviation to make our residential zones look a little bit more consistent and clear with their resident. We also currently have the R2, which is a 2-family residential zoning district. There's not very many properties, but it is essentially a duplex only zoning district. Staff, we're recommending to eliminate this zoning designation. It's actually zoned over properties that currently are both low density residential and medium density residential in our general plan, so it's not even consistent with one general plan designation in our current general plan. And some of the amendments that the planning commission has seen before when we updated our use tables is to already allow duplex as a type of unit in our low density and duplex as a type of unit in our medium density. So there's no reason to have, in staff's opinion, a duplex specific zoning district. It's quite restrictive, and density and land use tables kind of rule, as opposed to making this a very narrow zoning designation. So we're proposing to eliminate this land use designation in the zoning map and simply keep our low density residential and medium density residential where they map to the general designations. We are also proposing to eliminate the current R420 zoning designation that we have, which is called high density multi-family residential. There are currently no parcels with this zoning. This was a 5th cycle housing element creation to up the minimum density to 20 units an acre in the 5th cycle to accommodate affordable housing on particular projects. With the 2040 general plan land use designations, there's a change to our medium, as we kind of talked about, expanding medium density to the 11 to 29 units an acre, and high density residential being 30 to 65. And so this R420 doesn't really mesh with either of those designations. And so we're just proposing a medium density residential and a high density residential zoning district, as opposed to 2 high density residential zones. We are also making a change that you may have heard about or may recall coming forward when we amended in September 2023 the plan development ordinance to allow and expand plan developments to not just be for residential, but give a little bit of a minor setback with a CUP, but now it's a rezoning process that allows for a lot more flexibility and it allows for commercial to become plan development. And the plan was always to come forward with a map amendment that changed our performance overlay zoning districts, which are these TZ is the current zoning designation. And it's kind of a general designation that said there's this opportunity for a flexible CUP. With this zoning map, staff are proposing to designate all of the former planned unit development projects in the city with their specific reference numbers to help us find documents for those projects, because they're just generally called R3 MPZ, and they'll tell you what the project and where to find a resolution. And then in the future, as new plan developments come online, they would keep the same referential plan development. So I've been working with GIS, which I'll get into a little bit, to assign these zoning districts by parcel for this in alignment with this zoning map, and to align these plan development numbers with each parcel that's within them. And we are able to, I believe, and that's something we're working on, actually link all of the resolution adopted documents for these plan developments, so that you can click into GIS and click into the zoning and assign your rights of the property. So we are proposing no PZ zoning anymore. Everything was PD with a number directly referencing the project, with most likely even no special designations. As I mentioned, I've been working with our San Benito County GIS staff to create this zoning layer and a general plan layer in our GIS portal. the book, the plan would be to go live when this ordinance becomes effective. We currently do not have accurate zoning in GIS, which makes it very difficult. So while you look at a paper map and this PDF map, that'll be the official zoning map of the city. But from a technical perspective, each parcel when you click on it will now have its zoning, it'll have its 2040 general plan designations to make for staff, for applicants, for property owners, a lot easier to find their. So I've been working with GIS to make these layers to accommodate this ordinance to the door. Here's just another example. I kind of overlaid them because I wanted to make sure you could maybe see, but this is the general plan GIS layer or the zoning layer. On the left, you can see that City Hall, it's downtown mixed use. You can see the second line, it's zoning and downtown mixed use. It's got the abbreviation DMU. It's got the 2040 general plan layer right there. And then on the right, this is the West of Fairview Plan Development. And so you can see it says PD, I believe it's 2022-7, and we'd be able to link documents to PD 2022-7 right here, yes. With that, I'm recommending to you tonight to adopt a resolution recommending approval of zoning ordinance amendment 26-2 to the council as proposed with the repeal and replacement.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions?
How would it be updated?
It would only be updated if there was a rezoning proposed or a general plan amendment and a rezoning proposed.
So this currently doesn't change or alter any commercial industrial.
It doesn't alter any of the distinctions. It does have land use parcel changes, but they are exactly the same. They all match 1-to-1 with the different point and land use designations that are listed in that.
Okay, thank you. And can we open the public hearing at 8:46? And do we have any public comments?
We do not have any speakers on this item.
All right, then we will go ahead and close this public hearing at 8:46. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Do we have a motion?
We have a motion that is.
Portions of the zoning ordinance, 26-2, to repeal the written zoning map. To be consistent with the general plan.
Second,
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstain, okay. Motion carries. 6-4, amendments to the zoning ordinance related to implementation of the goals and policies.
And as you can see, Ms. Kelly will once again present this. This is a supportive item to the implementation of the actual housing.
Maybe you have the staff report.
yes. Yes, so this item is in similar fashion to the zoning map that we just saw, the text amendments to the zoning ordinance. That we are making to implement the housing element rezones. So this is zoning ordinances the planning commission has not seen before, but we are proposing all of the text amendments that are necessary in order to achieve certification compliance from the state for our housing element. This is a list of some of the immediate actionable housing element policies that we need to do in order to achieve compliance. The big one is going to be H1.3, that first one, which is our 6-cycle RHNA strategy. So we actually have to put the zonings on the map. We have to put the zonings in the zoning ordinance to meet the RHNA. But we also need to adopt objectives, design standards. We need to remove development constraints. We need to accommodate some particular types of housing like agricultural employee housing and transitional supportive housing that are not currently in our code. We need to make some changes like reasonable accommodation. We talked about that example policy. That's one of the ones that we need to adopt to get certification. And again, care homes is a use type that we need to make sure we have compliance with.
Excellent.
It's a little bit small, but this is kind of what we were just talking about with the zoning map. We are proposing to eliminate the two-family residential from our 1704 table of uses and table of zoning districts that we have. And we're proposing to eliminate the high density multifamily that are 420 as a zoning designation in this code. But we are also proposing set those R dash abbreviations. So because we're eliminating R2, we're proposing that median density becomes RM instead of R3. There's no R2 anymore. High density would be RH. We get those old towns as our OTM, our OTH. You have West of Fairview specific plan, which has its own designation currently. And we're adding the residential mobile home, which is currently on our zoning map, but it doesn't have any textual alignments or references. So we're adding some mobile home park designations and reference into our residential zone districts to make sure that that's adopted for the housing one. We are proposing to add supportive housing and transitional housing to all of our residential zoning districts. Is a permitted by right use. This is required by state law and is implemented by 2 of our policy actions in the housing element. And we are also modifying table 1704-2, which is the development standards for residential zoning districts, to make some changes to address some of our constraints that we have, and also to accommodate any densities that are modified by the general plan. So we are proposing to eliminate minimum lot size and lot depth, because those are quite restrictive, even currently, and don't allow for a lot of the use types that we have, a lot of the densities we currently have, and we certainly won't accommodate potentially the revisions to the density. And so what we are going for as staff to help things be easier and to give more flexibility to development is to eliminate these unnecessary constraints and let use types and densities guide development pattern, as opposed to, you know, if you say that it has to be a 5,000 square foot lot, it's going to be hard to accommodate a potential small lot, single family housing type of development. We are proposing to amend in the same fashion lot coverage for the Old Town zoning districts to match their median or high density zoning districts that's already currently allowed, and adjusting some height requirements for just the height density to those potential density requirements. We are also clarifying some language in the West of Fairview Road zoning district, which aligns directly with the West of Fairview specific plan. And we've removed quite a bit of subjective language about design standards, which I'll talk a little bit more about. But we have a lot of subjective things, and as we've discussed with the planning commission many times, state law has pretty much eliminated any subjectivity when considering design of any type of housing. And so in order to get certified in our housing element, we need to remove that subjective requirements from it. We are proposing, and I'll talk about it a little bit, a design standards chapter, pulling those design standards out of all of our zoning districts and putting them in a place. And we are also proposing the same thing for open space requirements. All of this is about removing these development constraints that are currently in our code, which is part of our requirements. We are proposing to add a new chapter 1707 for mixed use residential and commercial zoning districts. Currently, our chapter 1708 is commercial and mixed use. So we have our general commercial and commercial office and our downtown mixed use West Gateway. They're all mushed into one chapter. We think it would be easier for staff, for the planning commission, for applicants to have mixed use requirements in one chapter, general commercial, commercial only zoning requirements in another chapter. So we're proposing adding chapter 1707. That is a new chapter just about mixed use. It does add North Gateway mixed use, which is reflective of the change that's proposed in the 2020 general plan. But otherwise it's outlined in the same kind of order as our other. So you've got a use table, you've got a design or a requirements table that have densities and setbacks and those types of things. And then we've added single room occupancy, transitional housing and supportive housing as permitted uses in our mixed use districts. We did not add single room occupancy to residential. We thought mixed use, especially as it's supposed to be a higher density type development, you might see a hotel transformed or something like that. Into a single room occupancy type facility, we felt adding it as a permitted use, meeting our state requirements in zoning districts within this sense. And then again, fourth gateway excuses. With this being said, our current chapter 1708, we're pulling out mixed use. This will just be our general commercial and a commercial office, commercial chapter. So we added in these tables to reflect just those two zoning designations. Edited the table for requirements of setbacks and things like that. It just has these two zoning designations in it. Staff are proposing two minor modifications to our land use tables for our commercial zoning districts. The first is we are proposing to change minor vehicle repair facilities that are currently not permitted in general commercial. We're proposing to change that to permitted. We currently have a lot of our facilities like Schwab, Chevron, RSP, they're in general commercial, which currently that's not a permitted use. And it causes a lot of problems for our owners, for business owners, for transitioning these businesses. And a lot of these minor vehicle repairs are currently in this designation and are considered non-conforming. Staff are proposing to change that to allow. I think it's a reasonable general commercial use. And so we'd like to make that a little bit clearer and those existing in future. We are also proposing currently medical clinics and laboratories, which is going to be anything from a therapist's office to a podiatrist's office, are not, or they're allowed, but they require an administrative permit review, which is a staff level ministerial permit, but it goes through our development review committee. It's a whole process. That's currently the requirement for these types of clinics that are minor in their nature. We're proposing to make that also a permitted by right use in commercial office and general commercial zoning districts, so that doctor's offices and things like that, they just come in, just like a restaurant, they come in and permitted by right. So those are two land use changes we're proposing. It doesn't have anything to do with that housing element, but we're editing this chapter. We're proposing those things to just to do it. So we also are removing all of the current design standards for commercial and mixed use out of the commercial zoning district chapter into a new design standards chapter. Again, so all design standards are located in one place. This is a new chapter that we're proposing in 17-16-142, which is about open space requirements for residential projects and mixed use projects. We are proposing modifications to our open space requirements because it's been a consistent factor that we fear. The requirements are too high. They make building housing, apartments. It's currently 500 square feet per unit, which is just infeasible for any type of development that's not really a single building. So we are proposing in our downtown mixed use, which is one of the highest density proposals, an intent to redevelop and offer the opportunity for development of these upper floors, to remove private open space requirements entirely, and to require just a major amenity for larger projects, 26 to 200 units, or two major amenities for 201 plus units. And the major amenity is leaving it quite flexible, but that could be a pool, a gym, a rooftop garden, a indoor, outdoor. It's really up to the developer. It's providing one sort of common use factor, but leaving it flexible to make it possible to accommodate some sort of we are also proposing to split requirements for open space for multifamily developments into small scale projects or larger projects. So for a small scale project, we're proposing to eliminate a common open space requirement for 10 or less units. You know, this could be a small like garden lot type project, it could be, a few duplexes or even a few, triplexes or something like that. Having a common open space requirement. It doesn't make a lot of sense, especially because on these small scale projects, you probably have a private yard of some kind of private balcony, so. Small scale, we're proposing to eliminate a common open space requirement, which is plan required now. And for larger projects, we're proposing to reduce the private open space that's currently, I believe, 250 square feet per unit. Down to 64 square feet per unit, which is like a typical balcony size. And then just have a minor amenity or a major amenity, depending on the size of the project. What else do you?
Quick question, so when we say open space, that's like, instead of defining a common area, like a whole courtyard or something, it's something smaller. More scale to the size of the unit.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a distinction between private open space, which is gonna be your backyard, your balcony. It's only accessible to your unit. And then there's common open space, which is like if you're in an apartment complex, you might have a gym, or you might have a pool, or you might have a rooftop garden, or an office roof space. Something for all of the members of the apartment complex, or all the members of the, duplex homes group apart. And so it makes more sense at scale to have that requirement for an amenity, a barbecue area for a medium-sized project, it's fine, but it could be a real need for something bigger like a pool or a gym for these bigger projects. So scaling the requirement and required amenity to the actual number of units to accommodate both these small projects that it doesn't make sense to require a pool for 10 units or 3 duplexes, 6 units. Having a 400 square foot park, that doesn't necessarily make sense. So we're proposing to kind of scale and change the requirements to be more accommodating to kind of flexible types of multi-family. And then we're also proposing along a similar vein, adding some requirements in for mobile home park, but we've tailored it to what you typically see in a mobile home park, which is a small kind of private open space area that's near your unit, so 100 square feet of private open space, but then an appropriately designed minor or major centralized amenity depending on the scale of the mobile park project.
May I ask about you said so the 11 plus units,
Yes.
it's just 11 or more?
Yes, so we've split, so multifamily is gonna be 10 or fewer is gonna be that small scale requirement. So 10 or fewer multifamily units is not gonna require common, just private. There is a requirement for private. So every unit would have a private space, but no common space for that small. And then if we're 11 or more, 64 square feet of private, so every unit, all 11 or all 200, whatever it might be, have a private space. But for 11 to 25, it would just be a minor amenity, which would be like a child play area or a barbecue pit. As you get bigger than 25, it's gonna be 1 or even 2 that you'll make amenities. The other chapter I've alluded to is new 1730 design standards. What we have done is pulled all of those commercial requirements, which are allowed to be subjective because it's commercial. So we're not making any real changes to the content of those commercial requirements, just pulling them out into this chapter here. But we are proposing, again, under Senate Bill 35, SB 30, objective standards are required for residential projects. And so we had drafted previously, I don't believe this commission has seen them, but in the past, the commission saw some pretty basic, like pulled from the state, single family home design standards, objective design standards. And so we were proposing to put those in. They were never adopted, they went to the council. But this will ensure that we have objective standards for single family that we kind of. These are things like facade setback, so the garage, like a walkway to the side yard. They usually these so people can roll their sound out. A couple of things that we can enforce now because we have. So we can talk more about 1730 if you'd like, but these are real basic objective standards for single family homes. We have another item about our objective standards for downtown mixed use, which chapter does not include any downtown mixed use suggested design standards. The goal is that this is a temporary chapter. To accommodate the functional reorganizations that we're trying to do. And the ultimate goal of our zoning ordinance overhaul is to come back and really discuss it, design requirements and come with the landscaping and all of these things. We can talk about the commercial design requirements and things like that at those future meetings. This is a reorganization and it's kind of measure to make sure we're keeping the statutory requirements for the property design. This thing is language relocated. What I was just talking about, it's kind of the ordinance. With that, these zoning ordinance amendments, well, they're both exempt from CEQA, but they're also consistent with IR because they're being adopted in consistency with our general plans and our housing element, so they do not require further environmental review. And so in conclusion, we are proposing this series of chapter amendments to reflect the both policies of our six-cycle housing element and bringing them forward to keep us moving along the path to get certified with that housing element. And we are modifying our zoning ordinance, like the modifying this.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
She said to take me with. What's your timeline on those changes? Are they written already?
Yes, so they were included in the packet for you, but it's a draft ordinance and the software is 1 page long, that includes all these drafts. So what we're looking tonight is for planning commission's recommendation to staff members do it.
We turn out the technical review during the session.
No, that's the next item.
Any other questions before we go to public hearing? Okay, let's open the public hearing at 9:06 p.m. Staff, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have Chris Peter or mine.
Hi, Chris Pito again, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego. This item pertains to the table item 6.1, 6.2 and otherwise. And so I'm gonna make the request consistently just because the first item was tabled. I'm requesting that the planning commission choose the option to amend what is presented before you tonight and your recommendation to the city council and not accept the language as presented. I'm asking that staff be directed to have APN 052090-045 designated classified in all circumstances as general commercial. And that the commission should note for the record that APN 052090-045 will not be required to include any residential indoor housing. We would also ask that you direct staff that if modifications are made to zoning code and applicants like myself with active planning applications, that we can amend the applications to comply with general commercial zoning and are grandfathered into all other items at the time of the original planning submittal. This is more or less tied into some of the items that Eva was presenting, including but not limited to 17.30 design standards, with the new requirements potentially, again, requiring certain items on a project like this that have been identified elsewhere within the items before you tonight that could potentially require not only the housing density, but 3-story buildings, parking in certain areas and other items. And by placing this in general commercial and giving direction to staff, it helps alleviate that item. Most of these things are done with more of a hammer when you're approving all these items. And we're requesting a little bit more of a scalpel precision with this particular project. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
We have Lee Shaheen from the speak.
I'd also like to refer to 6.1 and 6.2. My reason is actually I received a message now from Victor Gomez that he mentioned before the prior mayor of the city of Hollister. And he feels rather strongly about trying to make things work for the city, with the city. And again, referring to the mixed use zoning, now requiring 30 units per acre, whereas 2 years ago it was 20 units per acre. He really like to see that lowered. So I'd like to make a specific request. I mentioned our parcels in downtown, or near downtown in Hollister. Sort of McDonald's, GMB, Starbucks, that empty land all there, from Maple to Santa Ana. To 4.5 acres. If a project like the one that REP was suggesting, and whether they're so interested, I can't say at this point, but if they stepped away when it went from 20 to 30 because the cost increase per unit wasn't gonna work for the Hollister market. And because we've had nothing but rejections by developers looking at the property that stuck with 30 per unit. I'd like to request before I'm getting 2 parcel numbers that those be that you amend your recommendations, you remove those 2 parcels. You have some chance of actually seeing a very nice residential commercial unit with stayed on commercial 90 units on that property. It's not going to be low density, but it's going to be affordable. And so these 2 parcel numbers 051 020 017 and 051 020 019. And if those could be amended to be changed to 20 units per acre, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a speaker for Joe Commercial, but I'm not. No, okay. No more speakers.
Thank you. Do we have, so we can close the hearing at 9:11 p.m. And do we have further discussion from the commission?
I don't know if this would be appropriate time, but 05 parcel number 051 020 0170 from the speaker. Is this the appropriate time to talk about that or to? Grandfather?
These are the text amendments, so rezoning anything would not necessarily, like, this doesn't speak to zoning designations of parcels, these are the requirements of each of the zoning designations, and then if parcel is done something, so that would be the map or the general plan.
So we should have done that with the general plan. Or at the end.
You could do it with the general plan.
Okay. Awesome, so just want to go.
Any other discussion? And to add to that, then also the request of the 30 units, that is also part of, we'll talk about if we wanted to talk about that at the general plan.
Right,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, do we have a motion?
What is the motion?
What are the options?
Yeah.
To approve.
Yes, so it would be to adopt a resolution with your recommendation, so recommending to the council the approval or support amendments.
Do you want to approve? Do you want to approve with amendments or no?
6.5, correct?
6.5, yeah, I struggle with
6.4.
Yes, it's fine.
Oh, no, 6.4, sorry. I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation, action for item 6.4 and then, the zoning ordinance related to the implementation of the goals, policies, C6 site development.
A second.
Second.
Before we take the vote, just to clarify, just want to make sure the commercial topic we talked about is also part of the general plan.
It's zoning, and what I will say is that if the planning commission makes the recommendation and then the council takes the recommendation and wants to make a change with the general plan. We'll we'll amend this either through the council's, like, the goal is to match the general plan and then. Yes.
So, take a look. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, motion carries. Now 6.5, phase 3 zoning ordinance amendments related to permits and procedures.
And so again, with this item that Ms. Kelly presenting, also, as you may recall, at past, planning commission meetings, we've had Ms. Fraser leading me through subsequent incremental sessions to discuss these changes. And they really seek to clarify permitting requirements, provide some faster approval processes for some smaller projects, and to also enhance the clarity for staff and the public comment.
Okay, good. With the presentation, please, for that item 6.5. While we pull it up, this is the zoning ordinance amendment 2025-4. This is the procedures chapters as Powell recommended or introduced. This is the procedures that this planning commission has seen over the past 4 study sessions that we've been having over that 9-month period. To update all of our planning procedures for clarity, to have consistency with community and permit types. Again, to bring some things back down to the staff level, to speed up processes for people. And then we are also, so what I'll present to you tonight is the things the planning commission has not seen, which is a couple of changes for 1702 and a few changes we've made in response to that. This is our long list of all of the chapters. I think we have exhibits A through B of these chapters. You know, as we've been talking through the study sessions, the goal was a big group in place at the end. And we spread out the discussion to make sure we could really talk about each of the chapters individually with the commission and bring good feedback back to the final drafts. So we are making amendments to the title, purpose, and authority. We are implementing zoning districts and zoning map, which references the official zoning map and the new districts. And then we are making a repeal and creating permit chapter for every single permit type, repealing title 1724 in its entirety. One of the changes that, or one of the things that we discussed at our last meeting in February of the study session was chapter 1702, title, purpose, and authority, where we had a speaker talking to us about the potential effect of this ordinance on active project applications in the city. And the planning commission asked staff to bring back information on active permits that are incomplete that might be affected by this, as well as for staff to look at our neighboring jurisdictions to see if they offered what we were discussing was a sunset clause that was extended beyond the typical 30-day requirement. So the ordinance is adopted and then it takes effect 30 days. So we did do that. Right now, the planning commission has about 6 active incomplete applications that are in the discussion that we were talking about. Complete applications have a different requirement. Housing and vested rights have different requirements, but there are about 6 active incomplete applications at this time. So it could change by the time this is adopted. 5 of those are conditional use permit applications, and we have 1 development proposal that includes a specific center review and conditional use permit. And it called openness. This is the applicant who we've been discussing the concerns with the issues. So the procedures amendments are again for clarity. And while we are proposing some change to ministerial action, none of these items, these applications would be kind of downgraded. And so they're essentially the same processes that are currently in place are going to go into the new chapters, but it is technically true that the new processes and procedures would affect these applications. But it's not a meaningful effect in staff's opinion. The procedures are generally the same things, but as we talked about in February, the real effect of this project is the policy foundation, the change of the general plan, the mixed use housing. It's not this. We also looked into our neighboring jurisdictions, and all of them essentially do one of the following things when they adopt the ordinance. They either specifically state that a project must comply with the amended ordinance if it's not complete, which is what we have, but 30-day, and then it's effective, and then it must comply. Or they don't include a specific requirement, which means that a project would be required to comply. If it doesn't offer that sunset, it doesn't offer an extended period of time, an ordinance is effective, that means it's effective. We also found that our neighbor San Juan Bautista is actually even more restrictive. Not only does an application, if it's incomplete, need to comply, but even if an application is complete and not in compliance, they have to start their construction of their approved project or their complete project within 1 year. Or the new ordinance applies to make them that right. So what we're proposing, we're not proposing a change from the February draft, we're proposing the 30-day effective date. And it would comply or incomplete projects would be subject to the new ordinance. Because our neighbors didn't have something to get done. And it's a standard practice in the city of Hollister. All our ordinances are a 30-day effective period. To publications, change the vehicle ordinance, they apply to your new vehicle requirements, we got the license. It's 30 days in the city of Hollister. So we did do the research into our neighboring jurisdictions as requested, but staff is not recommending it. We also are proposing a slight change to site architectural review, which I believe was reviewed. If you can go back with me all the way to, I think, September study session. But one of the requirements that was coming from HCD for our housing element review was to update the discretionary findings that we have for site architectural design review. And so we're proposing some amendments that are in the chapter for site architectural review that kind of split out residential projects, commercial projects, housing element sites, make sure we're making those no net loss findings where appropriate, and which findings apply to specific design review projects. So that is a change from the original chapter you saw at the study session. And with that, this ordinance, like the others, has been prepared consistent with the general plan and housing element, but it's exempt as well, categorically by section 15378, as it's just a policy change, it doesn't have to go back to that. And with that, this ordinance, again, the repeal and replace of Title 1724, is about clarifying our permitting requirements. We have some proposals for administrative reviews of smaller projects. And we're also in this adopting the ministerial review and the reasonable accommodations chapters you saw at the last study session, which hits similar requirements as well. With that, I'm recommending the planning commission adopt the resolution recommending approval of the distribution chapters, please.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the commission? No. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:22 p.m. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I should say for this item, for the previous two items, Christopher Vito written comment, this letter applied to all items that we did not announce that.
Thank you.
Yes, and I have them online as well.
Hi, again, Chris Pito, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego. Again, I was at the planning commission meeting on February 26th, when this was discussed in the sunset provision and the request to look at the neighboring communities. We saw the staff report. We prepared and presented some language that could be used as sunset provision as part of the letter that we sent on the 23rd. So at this point, we're requesting that the planning commission choose the option to amend, make amendments to your recommendation to the city council and not accept the language as presented. Section 17.02030, conformity required. Please direct staff to add a sentence before or after text in E1 that states, all land use permit and subdivision applications that have been determined by the Community Development Department to be incomplete before the effective date of the zoning ordinance or an amendment will be processed in compliance with requirements in effect when the application was submitted, provided that the application is deemed complete, processing within 180 days after the effective date of this zoning ordinance. I also am going to go out of sequence here a little bit, but the 30-day review period that's been referenced and was referenced on the February 26th is a little bit of a misnomer. So we're complying with the Permit Streamlining Act, which means we file an application, the city has 30 days to respond. Within that after that 30 days, we then have to make revisions, resubmit. City has another 30 days to review. We get correction items, we make those. Then the city has another 30 days, we make corrections, and it can go on and on. We are making best efforts to try and comply with everything. I can tell you in the, 15-page incomplete letter that we received, a couple of the comments require massive changes to the plan, which require all supporting documents to be amended, and it takes a lot of time. It's not something where we submit and it could be reviewed in 30 days. Additionally, in some jurisdictions, Planning Commission has directed staff to look at the project for even a review within a certain period of time. And sometimes that's done under the guise of an advisory committee, but there's no guarantee, even if we submit what we think is a complete package, that it'll be reviewed in 30 days and we may have to go through a variance. So we strongly suggest and recommend adding some sunset provision language to this case. I do not fully understand the statement that the amendment will not have meaningful effect on current active applications. The design guidelines that are part of the items that you guys are here reviewing and making recommendation would have significant impacts. And if we had to comply with these new requirements, the project would be completely different. And I've noticed, I've identified these before. LU 8.8 requires a 3-story building, LU 8.7 rear parking, LU 8.1 commercial use on a ground floor. Plus, we have all of the kinds of requirements that are embedded in here, which is why the request to zone this to general commercial in all places, as Eva stated, if that's the direction and the will of the Planning Commission, it needs to be identified in a lot of items, and it can be addressed via a text amendment, which is a much simpler process in doing this.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
I do not have any more speaker comments.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:26 p.m. Is there further discussion from the commission?
Question, the parcel that there's a couple parcels, but let's do the parcel. The one that's on 4th Street. What exactly is the project, Ava?
So the application is currently a commercial development with 1 residential unit, so it's a mixed use.
Okay.
That's the application.
And it sounds like us accepting the general plan as moving forward, this project will somehow become void, possibly, or have to start over.
It's not that the project becomes void, the project would be required to comply with the requirements of the ordinance once it takes effect, the general plan once it takes effect, housing element once it takes effect. This against the procedures chapters, but that application, the desire, and as mentioned on other items as well, is a 100% commercial project with full residents.
If we were to grant this a 180-day or to grandfather this project in, are we allowed to do that on a parcel by parcel basis? Or is it it's granted for the entire city?
No, so you would be amending the enforcement of these procedures chapters against incomplete projects for 180 days, which you can recommend to the council to add that language. But the project would still be reviewed for consistency with the code as it is now, or as it is 180 days from effectiveness, and so it would be in compliance.
Is the conformity, I think, with the speaker was talking?
Yeah, the conformity, that's what I was asking, if it sounds like we can't do it on a parcel by parcel basis, that's what I was kind of looking for, but.
That's the thing.
it becomes hard to class, and that's why. I just, yeah. The design standards all, I understand the purpose. It's just how the whole application. And it's hard to understand what the implications are, because if you're dealing with individuals on a case by case basis, separate.
Well, we could approve it with the consideration of X, whatever it is that you want to have.
I mean, it's all recommendations by the way.
Right. So is there more discussion? Or a motion?
These are objective designs and
No, these are the procedures.
procedures, well. Yeah, let's get possible. Well,
And I would concur with the applicant's statement that other items affect this project, so that this particular procedures chapters, the process for conditional use permit, the process for rezone, the process for site architectural review are not fundamentally.
Interesting. Okay. Does this one also affect the Maple Street and San Felipe project as well, or no?
No.
No, no, sure.
That's, I personally think that kind of appeals process would probably help. An early appeal process created by the applicant, would be able to go before the commission to consider the final case by case basis at that point.
You could add that to your,
That would be my recommended motion. To approve but allow for the appeals process. And yeah, on a case by case basis.
is there a second?
A second. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstain, okay. Motion passes. Item 6.6, recommendation to the city council for the adoption of objective design standards for multifamily residential mixed-use development projects in the downtown mixed-use zoning district.
Good evening, Ms. Kelly will once again be presenting, supported by our Placeworks consultant Greg Goodfellow and the typical assistance from our senior planner Amber Cameron. Again, this is related to the downtown residential and mixed use type projects. It is in response to some state law changes, and we're looking to standardize the mixed use.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having me back. I know you've heard so much tonight. As the presentation comes up, I'm actually glad that I'm coming before the now table item 6.1, because I think the objective design standards is a little bit more of a smaller topic. It's easier to wrap your head around, but what it does do is it reinforces 2 points. One, that no component of this general plan was developed in a vacuum. Everything is threaded from the very beginning 6 years ago and built on policies and the land use map from that. And of course, these are for the downtown mixed use district. We've been talking about mixed use. So this opens that discussion up again, and I may be able to provide some clarification. The second major topic that is a theme in this meeting, and frankly, all housing development meetings across the state of California, is the idea of local control in the face of state mandate. And this is an example of that, and I'll be able to walk you through exactly what that means. And I want you to keep that in mind as you think about these other items. This ongoing balance of attempting to maintain local control for the specifics of the community in the face of state mandates, and balance these two things, which is what staff is really trying to figure, just like staff of every other jurisdiction in the state of California. I'll wait for the presentation to come up. Oh, you had cover, I'm sorry, that's fair. I was looking for my cover. All right, once again, these are objective design standards for multifamily, the residential mixed use development in the downtown mixed use district.
So this is just specific to the.
Yes. Once again, the city has drafted these objective design standards. The objective design standards are consistent with state housing laws, so they more into that. We've met twice before. On March 13th of last year, you commented more on the grant approach. We then started the project yet and for types of public outreach. I'll get into that. And then just last month, you commented on the draft of the document, the actual standards themselves. So I'll get into the project background quickly. I'm not going to take up a ton of your time. I'm going through a long discussion. I'll go with community outreach, the content and samples of the standards and stuff. All right. Once again, what are objective design standards? In essence, they are quantitative design regulation
the California Government Code, it describes them as standards that quote involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official. Basically, they're similar to the development standards that we're more familiar with. Height, setback, lot size, things like that. We need to distill standards, or we need to distill design into quantifiable standards. And the reason we're doing that is to ensure that design review becomes ministerial as opposed to discretionary. And I'll talk about why that is. In other words, let's make design review a checklist, just like we use a checklist to make sure a project matches zoning development standards. In other words, we're preventing design review delays ultimately because subjective design review, in essence, invites discussion. One person's perspective on what qualifies or what qualifies as high quality design may not match another person's. That's why we all have different design tastes. And if you apply that to a housing project, you are going to increase the time it takes for a project to be approved. And that, as we'll see, is inconsistent with state law, like so many other housing policies in the state of California. However, objective design standards can be customized. It doesn't mean we're just applying numbers across the board to make all housing look the same. They're based on local design priorities and existing conditions, and the cities are. They're based on community input. We looked at the 1991 downtown plan, which of course was written in a very different housing environment when things were subjective. When phrases like "let's ensure that all design or that all development in downtown Ulster is high quality complements our historic feel." What does that mean? Does that mean in today's standardized landscape? And of course, we're looking at those historical resources in downtown and making sure that they are taken care of. So again, as I alluded to, why would a city place design guidelines, which can be so tailored, so specific, so well written, and so narrative with boring old standards? Well, it is ironically to maintain local control. Just like you may see the housing element and that huge arena number and that those massive densities are saying, wait a minute, that's not consistent with us, we're losing control. Well, the fact is, if you don't meet that arena number, and if you don't adopt these standards, you're going to lose even more local control. In the case of objective design standards, based on state law, cities, the quote is up here for the government code section, cities cannot disprove a multifamily housing project that includes mixed use will have to within residential, including through design review, unless the project is shown to be inconsistent with objective quantifiable standards. What that means is that no city has to adopt OPS. It means that if you don't, you have no control over the design of residential development in your city, because you can't use those design guidelines that so many cities have had since the 1960s. You simply can't use them. And so, although it may seem strange to adopt these very quantifiable standards to something as sensitive as design, cities just have to do it, or else they lose all control of residential development and stress. So I talked about this idea of that fact this is threaded through this entire process. This was not pulled out of the vacuum, just like the downtown mixed use district itself was not applied in the vacuum. This came out of 6 years of community outreach, just like the mixed use district, where cities and not cities, the community and stakeholders said, we need to activate our downtown. Just today, I was walking around businesses you would think would be open till 8 p.m., close at 3:30. There's just no activity downtown. Mixed use development is quantifiably associated with economic development. When you activate the downtown, you bring people there, businesses stay open later, and it attracts more and more. It's a process. It doesn't happen immediately. There absolutely are challenges with 30 density per acre or unit per acre threshold. There's no doubt about it. But this is consistent with 6 years of community outreach. So again, and these are in the general plan itself. Actually, I know 2.4 says develop a set of multi-family design standards in multi-family zoning districts. 41 says develop those standards in mixed use districts. That discussion came way before any of this. That's part of that original draft in general plan. In the same vein, those design priorities we're talking about were also drafted way earlier in this discussion. These are quotes from the general plan. In downtown, we want a safe and comfortable pedestrian experience. We want to require all new developments to provide streetscape elements along public frontages. Parking shall be placed to the side and behind new buildings.
You don't want your downtown, I'm not saying this, I'm saying if we had said this over 6 years of outreach. You do not want parking sitting in front of our beautiful San Diego Street. New and modified buildings, which require them to be sited and designed to reflect the existing layout, architectural style, character, massing, and height of existing buildings. The ODS you see in front of you, respond to this. Again, all of this is spread through the 6-year process, just like the downtown mixed use district itself. I want to stress again that design standards do not impact density. They do not impact where housing can be built. That is the general plan. That is the general plan map. That is the general plan density table that Mr. Early presented early on, and goes back to that item 6.1, which we'll discuss again. All of this does is regulate designs. It regulates design in the PMD district for multifamily and residential mixed-use development. See a list of items to which these ODS will not apply. Any non-residential development, industrial, straight commercial. Non-infill sites, this goes deep into the law itself. If you were to develop even a very large, perfectly suitable mixed-use building, but off at the agricultural edge with no urban or no built land uses around it, it would count. You'd still have to go through that traditional discretionary design review process. It wouldn't go that streamlined. The same if it's built something on a hazardous site, it could have natural resource impact, it was on wetlands, or it was damaging or tearing down the registered historical impact, or speaking the landmark. The idea here is, yes, we want to streamline housing, but not housing that may have an environmental interest impact to the public health or the built environment. So those are the exceptions. So of course, just like the general plan, Mr. Early mentioned tons of outreach events. We have our own in addition to those. We heard from you last year that we need to diversify our community targets as much as we can, use online tools, make sure young people can get to this and perform in-person outreach. The first example is what we're seeing there is a trifold brochure that we created from our initial scope of work. It would be a paper handout that staff can distribute. It has all the information about what the acceptance standards are, where it would happen. We realized, you know what, let's also create a QR code on that and make sure we put that onto a city website. Staff and Amber did a great job of keeping a website updated with all these materials. We then put out an online survey at the end of last year and got responses from, we had questions about how long we lived in the county, where you live, et cetera. We got responses from new and long-standing residents. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I saw my last presentation. People wanted to emphasize again, walkability, sidewalks, storefronts, entries, historic feel, just keeps coming up again and again. We don't want to destroy downtown. Frontage priorities, landscape priorities, let's keep the tree coverage. Open space, this goes back to what you were saying. I went back and updated our ODS since you last saw it to make sure it's consistent with the new zoning, open space zoning standards, and things like that. These are all priorities in the community which we responded to in developing that first draft. We had a community design workshop. What you're seeing there is the postcard that was sent to 8,000 residents, if not more, in the community. It was at Gaines Restaurant, which I know you all know on December 2nd. We had interactive poster boards and staff tables. The poster boards were made with different topics and examples of the design standards, and basically give people stickers to say, this is low priority, I don't care as much, or medium priority, or definitely we got to include this so we can get feedback on the type of things that are important in the downtown. And of course, we also just have comment cards. All right, now let's get into the actual document itself. We heard from you last month a lot of great feedback, and I appreciate it. And it's all been now integrated into the new final draft that you've seen with all the graphics. You wanted us to add more strength in our building color materials and fencing controls, prohibit things like ugly chain link fencing and plastic building materials. We wanted to update and add standards for redeveloping historic buildings. I want to stress again, I know this I had said earlier that any project that's going to impact a designated historic landmark would not be ODS would not apply to that type of project. When I say historic buildings here, the way it's laid out in the ODS is there are two historic districts in Hollister, and they both overlap. Yeah, the downtown mixed use. So we decided one thing we need to do is ensure that any project that proposes to redevelop what's called more walkie talk here, a contributing structure to that historic district, and those are listed in that paperwork for the historic districts. If you're gonna mess with one of those, you want to lay out standards for what you need to do and what you can and can't do if you're gonna develop one of those. So since the last document, we added those and we updated our private open space standards, balconies, private patios on the ground floor. And we updated the open space and amenities requirements again, that would be consistent with what we was just delivering really well. So thank you for your feedback last month, it was all helpful, it was able to be integrated with staff's needs and the document thumbs up. All right, the first chapter of the document is just the class introduction. Just a quick introduction to downtown Hollister character and its relationship to the other regulations. Again, the point to be, this does not change the traditional zoning standards. This does not change the allowed density or the allowable location of development. So we lay that out that again, it's not going to impact the general plan land use map or the zoning development code. There's a submission and review process for design review, which again is different than what it used to be, which was perhaps a design review board or the planning commission having an open discussion about what's key. That just doesn't exist anymore. Now it's, are you consistent with this checklist of standards? And then finally, staff asked us, very good request to add a process for modifying the ODS, which as we heard tonight, flexibility is important. However, again, this is part of a long-range document. No long-range document can predict variances in the market and design tastes at all. It simply can't happen. We've heard that, the housing element could be impossible to build, or everything could change and someone could come in and build 8,000 units. Of course, that can't be a reason to keep delaying either the objective design standards or anything else. So then all you're doing is creating a wider period for applicants to have applicants that are impacted by these changing standards. So when I write these ODS and I think about that, I'm thinking the quicker they get adopted, the less people are impacted by existing applications. The second chapter is for these, what I call, what the document calls these larger scale multifamily and residential mixed-use projects. We separate out for some of the standards, the downtown core versus the outer downtown, because there are different nuances to right along San Diego versus the outer boundaries of the community. Shown on this map, you have two lines on this map where there's historic districts, because again, we have specific standards for development within those districts. And then that chapter is broken into site design, pedestrian experience, building form, historic character. Most ODS don't have an entire historic character section. It's very clear in Hollister that the community cares about its historic character. So we wanted to go lay out some solid standards and also some examples. Architecture, open space, landscaping. The second chapter is for small scale residential, also alluded to. You may think, why did we break this up? The simple fact of the matter is, it's really hard to develop design standards that can be applicable to a 4-story mixed-use building or a little duplex. They're just too different to apply the same broad set of standards to. So by breaking it out, we were able to tailor the standards to these two sets of project types. So this section has a little bit of a different structure: site design and orientation, building design, historic design, private open space, landscape and lighting. And then there's an appendix to this. I talk about this idea of ministerial review and checklist. This is not something that all ODS provide. It's something we like to provide. It's basically a checklist that has every single design standard that's in the document distilled into a checklist. It allows you to see through the applicant, you put your name, your APN, your project type, you can check it off. And then before you even submit your project, the applicant can go through it and make sure she or he sees that my project, to the best of my ability, is consistent with these standards. It removes unpredictability to at least some degree. Obviously, there could be some changes, but then the staff can go in and do the same thing, and both parties can initial Again, staff can decide how exactly, they would like to use this, but this is something we provide as a foundation for our ministerial. All right, samples, again, I just have a couple, I know there's so much. The reason I've selected these samples is to show sort of the difference in approaches for these guidelines. This is a standard for new pedestrian connections. If somebody's going to go in you and develop a large project that takes up an entire city block, I know that sounds crazy to everyone here, but again, based on the zoning standards and the density standards you've seen, it is possible. It's very likely entirely, almost entirely infeasible, but that's not the point at this point. The point is to say if it's going to happen, we want to control how it looks. We want to make sure, and this is an example of that pedestrians can still get through that. We don't want a wall of development in our downtown. This is an example of the standard that said you need to create a pedestrian connection. It's hard to see the details, but it's got to have landscaping on the sides. It's got to be well lit so that those walking in the downtown can cut through this big development, get over East Street or the neighboring block. And this is an example of a figure that is much more site-oriented, flat, or boring looking, but typical of a site plan type scene. Very different from this is the standard for sidewalk design, and you can see the figure here is the boring term axonometric, more 3D, where this standard describes how sidewalks in front of private development need to maintain a useful and safe feel. So you've got this frontage zone where applicants can add certain amenities. There's another standard with what those amenities are, whether it's seating and tables. But then that clear throughway zone has to be kept open and it's got to be wide enough for ADA movement and things like that. And then you've got that outer zone, which needs to be landscaped at a certain type, with a certain type of tree spacing that aim directly to the community, saying, look, we want to maintain our green spaces downtown. And then, of course, it's got numbers associated with. There's no phrase such as amply wide. What does that mean? No, it's got to be 8 feet. That's the nature of ODS density. An example of, I know this is hard to see, I apologize, of respecting historic standards and historic feel downtown is what you're seeing in that image is that smaller structure is an illustration of a potential existing historic structure. If somebody is going to come in and create that large multi-family or mixed-use housing development right next to it, the idea here is that we don't want a wall, a massive wall or volume or shadow right next to a beloved historic district. So what that developer is going to need to do is reduce the mass of that building in the area near the historic district. A developer is going to say, that's not going to be easy. No, it's not. The idea here is not to make life easy for developers, it's to make these reflective of the community's priorities. And what we've heard over and over, and what's going all the way back to 91 is do not impact our historic people. And that's an example of how we can do this with the Jeffrey design. Chapter 3, a little bit different. I mean, these are the smaller structures, so we have standards for limiting the visual impact of the garage. If you walk around downtown, I've done lots of walks in this area taking photos. The most amazing part about those outer edges of the EMU is that these are not homes with big massive garages in front. Many of them don't have garages, which is actually visually very pleasing. So what we wanted to do was make sure that redevelopment adheres to that, and that you're not, your building doesn't have more than a certain percentage of the front facade taken up by a garage, whether it's on the side, facing outward or along those rear facing garages. So there's different metrics involved. Historic design here a little different because here in these smaller scale structures, we're not going to see those huge larger buildings next to a small historic standard. It's going to be more scaled correctly. So what we can do is not require that the new building be scaled. What we can do is require the new building to include elements that are consistent with the neighboring building. The roof pitch is within 10 degrees of the adjacent roof pitch. That's the first part. Historical articulation, such as sight lines, trim boards, cladding patterns, and floor level separation shall match the direction and alignment of the adjacent historic building. So there are ways we can quantify approaches to historic design just to at least make things feel like they match and are not here we are again, next steps. You've heard before, public comment on this tonight, planning commission can recommend to the council or not to adopt. And then we'll take this again, like all of these other items, to the council, I think, with this.
Thank you.
Happy to take full things.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you. If not, let's go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:54 p.m. Staff, do we have other comments?
Yes, we have Carson Paula.
I'll speak real quick. I just have, I might have missed it, but how does staff decide what's a historic building and what's just old? Because you could have an empty site, both buildings are essentially the same age, one maybe has beautiful character and great value, the other one sucks. And we've seen in the past, not in historic areas, but when a commercial building burns down and then it comes back for a site architectural, the planning commission is trying to decide, oh, we want this building to match with the new Walgreens. This is the actual example. And then they go, well, it doesn't actually match with the other buildings in the same complex. And then you have this discussion. So when it's the commission, I think it makes sense because you actually have the discussion. If it's at the staff level, which is good because it's faster. It's just helpful to know like what they're using. Thanks.
That's a great question, and I spend so much time, first thing that I use, do you want me to answer it? Or?
Is everyone
Do we
okay?
have the other public comment?
Oh.
Do we have more public comment?
We do not have one.
I think that's an excellent question, like what does make it old, because I'm a teacher, my students said that I'm born in 1995, they're, oh my gosh, you're old, so. It's.
Sharon, Carson, if we could close the public comment.
Yes, okay, yes. Let's go ahead and close the public comment at 9:56. Yeah.
It is a great question, and there are layers of bureaucracy, I should say that way, of political and legislative identification of historic structures, and you saw in my earlier slide that housing streamlining in per state legislation does not apply to a series of project types that are basically the same types of projects that an EIR would identify an impact with. They would be in a wetlands that might, harm a species. They would be on a fault line. They would be in whatever it is, or they would impact a historic structure that again is part of the CEQA, the EIR process. So the state obviously made these consistent with CEQA and cultural impacts. According to state law, that streamlining clause only applies to identified historic landmarks, which is one type of historic identification. There's only one actual landmark downtown, and I'm sorry, it's in the introduction to the ODS, and I forget if it's the.
So it's actually this building, 375 Fifth Street here, City Hall. It was a Carnegie Library, but we also have to answer the question, we have the downtown historic district that is registered on the National Register. We have the Monterey Historic District that's registered on the National Register. The historic buildings, adjacency, or redevelopment requirements of the ODS would apply to contributing buildings in those districts and or 375 Street.
And those contributing structures are identified in the paperwork of those two districts. And the ODS document in the introduction lays out the boundaries of those two districts. And part of what we tried to do here was tailor standards to those districts because they're different types of districts. One thing that's difficult is those two districts, and again, if you look at this paperwork and it's 40 years old on an old PDF that you can't do the search of and handwriting in some places, is that they are just very varied. There are a lot of beautiful historic districts, but they're pro buildings, but they're everything from Gothic to Italianate. And so it's difficult to apply a certain required style, which some ODS documents do, We talked about this in the last meeting, downtown Santa Barbara is all mission style, and our ODS says, we want you mission, and they lay out what makes a mission style building. Here, because there's so much variety, and that's what makes Hollister so amazing, beautiful, and cute down here. What we tried to do instead was, and it's a standard in the ODS, is ask developers to integrate components of different styles that are in these districts, Italian, Gothic, Mission Revival. And you don't have to make your building look exactly like it, but let's make sure you include, for example, an arched portico, windows that are vertically oriented like the old Gothic buildings, a gable of a certain height that is indicative of Victorian, things like that. But again, the actual historic standards about adjacency, and these are laid out in the ordinance, are if you are adjacent to contributing structures of those two historic districts.
But they're only for historic areas.
Right.
For example, the example we gave of Walgreens and it wouldn't.
It wouldn't apply.
It wouldn't.
No. So they're only, those contributing structures are only in those historic districts, so it's not, if they were in the district. That would, that would be quite limiting, and a lot of structures in those districts simply aren't historically identifiable by style, and that's the value of having that paperwork for those districts, is it does identify the ones that contribute to an actual district. So we have those contributors, which say, look, if you're right next to one of them, they're valuable here in Hollister, you need to respond to them.
Any other question, comment?
Yeah, I like to mention that, yeah, it's a little bit complex, like as far as how the authority has been applied to the historic district. And given the fact that there's all these earthquake defined, that's going to be so possibilities. And promote the protection, load bearing wall, right, there's like all these, it triggers all these regulations. So, I mean. Yeah, the hard part is the ministerial to be honest. Because it moves into the interpretation of staff. I would argue it kind of creates a little bit of a stronger separation between the applicant and the process. And I do believe there's got to be a lot more leading from those that are involved in these processes that actually know what the real implications are.
I do want to add one more thing, because this work, and I've done a lot of UTS on the entire area.
There's sort of two branches of thought with working with actual developers on these. The idea is if you start being influenced by developer feedback, your ODS are losing what they're trying to do, which is integrate community feedback and community priorities, because the developers are going to tell you what makes it easy to build versus what makes design appropriate to your community. And so you need to balance, and I absolutely understand your point. We've done ODS where we do developer roundtables and talk about these things for the last 6 years, but ultimately what we find is we hear the same thing over and over, which is we hear feedback that says, okay, this will make it easier for us, which makes sense, but at the same time, it ultimately becomes potentially in conflict with what the spirit of an ODS is, which is to maintain what's been happening for 6 years in communities, which is very detailed design guidelines. That really lay out in detail these community priorities, and they set the stage for design review committees, which most cities had for the last 40 years, where they argue over and over and discuss down to the minutest detail every component of design. But of course, that meant housing project were delayed months and months.
To be clear, that's not what I was alluding to. It's like, I understand the intention, but the actual application of it, and this is not even about opposing developers.
Yeah.
It's, well, let's put it this way. I mean, downtown, you have vacant lots, you have buildings that are going unused. There's, and I know because I talked to property owners downtown. They would rather sit on those properties rather than actually use them for a whole separate reason. So design standards, especially when they intertwine with legislative priorities and bureaucracy, right? So it's well, I guess to put it this way, state of California, the legislative body, right? The House and ultimately the Assembly and the Senate, they could only propose legislation at a high level. they're broad, intentionally broad. And, but when it comes down to the actual like desire to see the downtown thrive as an example, that requires investors. And to a certain extent, that requires their understanding of the actual implications of these complex, requirements. And so we can only really propose, even at our level, broad policy or broad recommendations. Are they actually gonna work? Is it gonna make the downtown worse or better? And we can't really say, we can only assume. And granted, you have residents that have their opinion, and I validate their opinion because they're in a lot of ways the consumer of the downtown. But that still doesn't change the dynamic of what do we want the downtown to actually be? Do we want this to actually thrive? What is it gonna take to get there? And oh yes, sounds like another layer of potential bureaucracy. Just like it's high level.
The only, what I can say to that is you're right, we cannot predict. With all variables, what will happen downtown, but what I can say with confidence is without the ODS, a developer could come in and say, given this is such a difficult feasibility environment, the only way I can make this work is to design my residential apartment building as a block. I can't spend any money on design. I cannot add any nice looking windows. The only way I can pull this off is with a simple block mass. I cannot respond to this historic building. I'm sorry. And without the ODS, that developer, you wouldn't be able to respond to that. He or she would be able to build that building as a wall, a volume mass in the downtown that is, I can absolutely say, out of character with the downtown. But again, it's looking at it in reverse. It's looking at what happened if you didn't have the ODS. And I said this not just YouTube. I mean, this is kind of the nature of this piece. The ODS will not guarantee good design, but they absolutely guarantee it gets bad design. That's what they do. And that's the can do.
I struggle with that honestly, just because and this again, it's not for the developer at all.
Yeah.
But they're businesses, they're business owners.
I'll just interrupt, but we are past 10, so we do have to make a motion to continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, do you all want
I
to,
mean, really, we're at the tail end.
we're at the end, you all, okay, a motion, we're a motion to continue.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Apologies for that.
Everybody in favor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I mean, anybody who invests, their goal is to obviously see that investment thrive. They're not gonna build a block, no offense. It's just not, who's gonna use that property? So all I'm saying is, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have standards at all. I'm just saying that those standards should have flexibility to be able to make sure that one, that there's a public engagement of that appeal process. And then ultimately too, that we actually have the intention to see downtown thrive.
I think staff agrees with you. That's why they had us add in an amendment process for the standards, and that's in the document you have.
Thank you.
Process for minor and major amendments.
Do we have,
I'm ready to make a motion.
okay,
I want to adopt, item 6.6. Recommendation of the city council for the adoption of objective standards, ODS, for multi-family residential uses. Second.
all in favor?
Friendly amendment. Can we include the appeals process to the public? The not go to the ministerial, or at least allow for the folk engaging in that process.
Is everyone okay, or is your motion, are you okay with that? Friendly amendment?
Because that's something.
I would say that ministerial projects by their definition have no appeal process.
Yeah, that's the problem that we've had over the last half of months, and why the articles are being written about all this stuff in finding, no offense. It's just the reality.
I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion. I see what the ODS is trying to do. So my motion is just adopt 6.6. As is, as staff recommendation.
Okay, that's your motion, second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, one done. Thank you. So now do we go back to our 6.1? Okay, let's go back to our 6.1 and see if there is discussion, a motion. Anyone?
Based on our feedback, I don't know, we're trying to get some recommendation for the council, but having like a middle tier. Mixed use. Medium. Small, because some of these projects don't fit into the needs that really well. Don't you think that might be a route, or just reduce it down to whatever number? And still have maybe overage that doesn't seem to be regulated, so much over it, that doesn't seem to be required.
So is it okay to, so I think we're gonna adopt it, but we're gonna ask for considerations for revisions. And I think there are several things. So one is you're proposing is the mixed use.
That's not that effort. So do you wanna recommend like to agree on mixed use? Bring the number down as well as integration or introduce new category, which either one's probably familiar.
I just want to clarify, Ava. We cannot bring down these 30 acre, sorry, 30 dwelling units per acre, because otherwise, if we do that, correct, me if I'm wrong. We'll be not in compliance with the housing law, is that correct?
It will have an effect on housing density,
Okay,
but it could be a recommendation.
But it's going to city council
Yeah, we're not-
regardless. We're not gonna decide either way, like this is what we heard from the public, this is a big one. And for us to put it forward is what we're doing.
So technically, I personally think we should recommend just allow commercial, that way there's no confusion. And that it forces them to have to look for different sites, fine. But
the mixed use component. The state took those numbers into consideration when we submitted them. So in other words, the state looked, the state agreed, Hollister said, look, that parcel over there. That's gonna be mixed use. Now we're saying, oh, never mind, it's not gonna be mixed, it's just gonna be commercial. I don't think you guys are understanding.
We get it.
And I'm not trying to be condescending, but once, we have to then look for new sites.
We don't have to, I mean, that's, yeah. You look for new site.
we're not. It's not our duty to represent the state of California, it's our duty to represent our community. Very full stop.
I mean. It's your, I said my piece, it's on you guys, the commission will do this.
No, it's your motion, right?
No.
It's your motion. Discussion, okay.
We're.
It's okay to say, I mean, this is why we're here, right? So I want us to feel okay with expressing, or you're representing your opinion on what you see, it's okay. We are, it's okay.
Or allow variance.
Yeah, it's okay.
That high ratio.
How many units do we have to work with? Cause we're at 8,000, I think. Like, I think, well, for the state demand is like 4,000, correct, for all.
Yeah.
And you're saying that we are at 8,000?
We are at 8,000 something, but it's a much smaller buffer on their affordability. I wouldn't be able to calculate that, but I can tell you that a significant number of sites are mixed use.
And there's wiggle room that's on site, correct, for some sites.
And it's all hypothetical.
Yeah, what I'm just suggesting is like, I totally get it. The projects that are in the pipeline, that one on, what was it? By the Starbucks over there, like that project, I'm fine. So like it's in the pipeline, let's go.
Oh, 05120.
Correct.
05.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not against stuff like that on a case by case basis, but to just throw it out and say, you gotta start all over, no, like, it's 6 years, or not 6 years, 3 years.
So would that be your revision to have, or the city council to have consideration for projects already in the pipeline?
Correct.
to not be impacted by,
Correct.
okay, I think we all.
But I also think we should include making recommendations that for the council to consider an amendment process, dealing with.
Yes.
We just need more flexibility. I don't see how it's not gonna create issues.
Again, we're just giving them our recommendations,
Yeah.
and they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do,
You
right?
know, I understand. I just think looking at both like this, they're all. Pipeline, yes, with agree. The mixed use, I think that's a big mistake, because I think we were all up here. Fighting, pushing for the mixed use.
Yeah.
I'm just confused, like the backtracking.
It's
That's-
this is very, very people, that's it. It's not a consistency, it's the quantity. required.
Quantity for 30.
That's it, yeah.
And you're forcing. Like someone who's building a Starbucks, you gotta put houses in. Like, that's a little bit extreme, I would argue.
I think there's more creative ways to distribute, with units, they are right now, very like, there is formulas were used. But, Westgate, where there's a lot of homes, there's a lot of already commercial space, so there's flexibility there, where others, there's like. Deserts where it's just houses and there's no commercial.
Yeah.
So there's other ways it's gonna be laid out. But I think the easiest route right now would be to keep certain projects and attract one project, just to reduce from 30 to maybe 20. Or whatever,
Or projects in the pipeline.
or project to project. And if we want to consider future, because this is gonna be in effect till 2040. Or 2031 for this is only the housing sector, right?
Oh, it'll be.
So,
And this is the general plan, so it'll go till 2040, it covers.
but the housing element is only through 2031, right?
Correct.
So we're looking at this figure, these commitments, which one we're doing.
Also, just wanna say. We're gonna be back here before you know, by the time this gets certified, it'll be the 8 years they've been keeping this, or 6 years. Like,
Yeah.
The state's gonna look at it like, what's going on, like. Pipeline on multiple, I'm sorry to reiterate that, but
Just realize too, Commissioner, that this issue is not unique to San Diego County. This is happening all across the state. Issues, I mean, the gentleman that spoke, he presented on the reality that other communities, Carmel specifically, perfect example, they're like up in arms because they're being forced to build outside of even their own capacity. You literally have to tear up commercial properties to do what the state wants you to do. Bottom line is, I think they created a problem, and this is a statewide problem, and it's only gonna get worse. Because ultimately, we have too many municipalities that say, oh, let's just lay down and do what the state says.
Yeah.
In our revision is, would you all consider, so several people, including. The gentleman talked about his 2 parcels, I think over there by McDonald's. And then another person that asked about their 3 parcels. To be designated high density to medium density, like there's different people who are impacted. Could we put something in for consideration for city council to give them a path to?
You absolutely can,
Flexibility.
propose to the council a land use change, like the commission thinks the council should consider changing land use. I will, if I may, Chair, and it's wholly up to you as the chair, but I have been informed that we've had a couple of people submit a request for comment, we've been waiting, so if we would like. We could reopen, we have already had the public comment, but I was told we had a couple of people who would.
Are you all okay with having, okay, yes, let's go ahead and open another comment, 1017.
Okay, I have Victoria Montoya wanting to speak.
Good evening, my name is Victoria Montoya and I'm here just for registered voter. And what I have seen tonight is incredible. I don't know how you guys managed to think and answer, because this should have been a 2-session thing. You should have divided, because there's some of us who want to understand what's going on. Whether it's planning on more housing, whether it's a state or a federal or whatever. We need to deal better things than just houses. My concern, I live near the water sewers, okay? And when you're talking about how much the state wants you to do and how much the county wants and how many people are ready to buy and sell for houses. My concern is, you can do all the talking and walking, but what are we going to do about the water and the sewer in this county? I live where it stinks. And if all these developments are gonna bring their water from both, you know what? I have to live with that. So if you have sessions like this, you have to make a 2 sessions so the people that live near where it's not fancy. We get the, whatever we call it, I call it the west side, which was changed when it was called Bonita. The area was called Bonita. Buena Hermosa, whatever.
Hermosa.
Okay, so I'm here to say, we need to deal with the water in the sewer. And then we can say, yeah, we can have all these houses in our county, historical and non-historical. Plus, the schools. High school is overcrowded because the land was given. But we sure need to increase that there's a need for another high school. Why keep it in one area? Because the land was free. But it doesn't help the county, it doesn't help the environment, and the kids are all pushed in and out. So I don't even have little kids anymore. But I think that we better think better of, you cannot develop homes unless you have safety water and safety sewer, and not put all the shit out there in the back. I'm sorry, but I got tired because this is a 2-session meeting that I wanted to learn from. To push everything in one thing and then tell us, no, I thought you were all developers, when you understand what's on there. I don't think none of you guys are developers or real estate to understand what just happened tonight. Everything was shoved down in one night. I think we can do better. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so do we have a motion? Or what do you guys close? Oh, I'm sorry, close public comment, thank you. Thank you, 10:21. Okay,
I think that, Commissioner already made a motion. With the recommendations right there. And reducing the numbers, excluding the properties. Sorry, and, excluding the properties that are really impacted currently. And accounting for public benefit options where they can't meet the dwelling units, or like infrastructure improvement. That would be trade off, you know, so. That's why I would argue run some of these properties should be designated just kept that commercial. Because ultimately economic development is going to be the very big thing with this revenue to be able to offset infrastructure costs that we need. You know, so we're often need a bottom line. So yeah, we can't get 30, but we get this.
right,
So it's something.
right.
Very much just flexibility with its use and what they're able to provide. So, like, and also it's not for an infrastructure impact. So I have a question for staff. If we're gonna drop the housing, we would still want to do that. Sites. I mean, in general, it's good.
Yes. I don't have the exact numbers, but in short, yes, absolutely. Yes, so we would have to look into our commercial and industrial areas to change them to housing.
Okay, but just making sure the people impacted will be able to, we're saying like, for them to have some kind of way to appeal or not be impacted, okay. Okay,
I
just
mean,
make,
essentially, we just have designated areas, it's just so the states that we have the areas to build a house, and now it's up to the. Actually utilize that area. But what I see is this is bigger identity. Not a developer, but I was thinking it's harder to build, you know, in a smaller area, because the only way you can go is up.
I mean, I think technically the good potential offset is to be considered downtown, since downtown already has taller buildings. Technically, they have more of an infrastructure, but obviously driven with some kind of potential requirements with a historic district.
But to the point of the gentleman in the back, you know,
I got a math question for you.
oh, it's 10:20.
I know, but you gotta stop and think just for a second. Math deal, you say you drop it from 30 to 20, that's 10 units. Do you have 100 acres that you're talking about high density in this plan? That's the question you should be asking. How many acres are are designated towards high density, 30 to the acre. You can do the math yourself off the 8,000.
Regardless, yeah, it's where are they gonna try to meet these numbers? I mean, these are all hypothetical numbers, either way, right? So it's not the city building. It's regardless, if you wanna change the math around, right, it's like, I think Sacramento is probably the best at moving numbers around, right, and still have the same outcome. So if we need to move numbers around, fine, but all I'm saying is the things that are actually in the queue that are actually trying to reduce, how about we create a solution?
Right.
And at the same time, create potential amendment process to make sure that we're slow walking this into something that's not going to destroy it.
I agree. No. And then the final for your consideration is the maps, if we can, once they go to city council, have the street names, is that okay? At least one of them? Yes, okay, thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor, and I want to make sure I've captured it from Commissioner Perez. To recommend to the council approval of the general plan with the reduction in the density of the mixed use zoning districts from 30 to 20.
Sorry, I didn't build any motion, but I think the discussion, it's the right level. There's no better discussion yet. Can you repeat that?
I guess maybe we can just say that's withdrawn there. It was stated as a motion originally, and we've been discussing, so maybe that's withdrawn, and then we can move forward.
Because you said medium density, right, which I believe is correct. Well, 1 year.
Yeah, I started with considering and maybe introducing another option for mixed use medium density instead of all of you everything. And then that would be like, but again, it would make a lot of changes to the general plan, which I think we're trying to avoid. So I think the best route forward right now is to add some language on amending it for variances that would be granted if they come into 30 minutes, and also grandfather individual.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. That's the motion.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yes. So approve with,
Approve with the recommendation to city council to grandfather and existing applications. And provide amendment options or variances for applicants who cannot reach their 30 unit minimum on mixed use developments.
oh, did not have it done.
No, that would be fine.
I'll second. I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, abstain, motion carries, going to city council. And is there any reports from commission? 8.1. No? All right, and then planning division report, staff, do we have any reports? I have nothing to, oh God. All right, I think we're good, we're adjourning at 10:27, I'm gonna use this thing too. Thank you all, thank you, everybody. I was gonna say what's that.